Chapter 17-18. However, the elders failed to notice the patriarch's reaction. The patriarch had personally witnessed Shen Jian being swallowed by Lu Tian's flames, but he showed no pity at all. Instead, he stared at the terrifying flames eagerly. He thought, although Shen Jian is only a mid-deity, his comprehension of the laws of the sword has already reached mid-god. He's even more powerful than Lu Tian. I wonder if he can stop Lu Tian? The patriarch of the Mo clan was not completely confident about whether Shen Jian possessed the strength to fight against gods. At this moment, a dazzling white light erupted from the flames that swallowed Shen Jian. With the appearance of the white light, the flames immediately began to shake violently. Instead of calling it shaking, it would be better to call it trembling. The white light rapidly expanded, turning into an extremely sharp streak of white light in the end. It pierced through the flames with powerful sword intent. The flames possessed the laws of fire that belonged to gods. They were extremely powerful, where even late deities would definitely die if they entered them. They would not be able to avoid being burnt to a crisp. However, the flames were split in half by the dazzling white light. The elders of the Mo clan discovered the streak of white light as soon as they could. Their eyes all narrowed as they stared at it. The white light is sword qi, an extremely powerful sword qi. Is it Shen Jian's sword qi? Shen Jian hasn't been burnt to a crisp? Impossible. Shen Jian is clearly only a mid-deity. It's impossible for him to survive. Several god-state elders exclaimed one after another, their faces filled with disbelief. Shiyu also stared at the white light that had split the flames in half. The light in her eyes flickered as she thought, so this is where my foster father's confidence comes from. I never thought Shen Jian would actually be so powerful. The divine flames in the air began to gradually dissipate. Shen Jian's figure had already disappeared. Only a blinding white light remained suspended in the air, radiating a soaring sword intent as it clashed with Lu Tian. One could only vaguely make out a hazy figure within the white light. Lu Tian's face was sunken as he stared coldly at the figure bathed in light. He said coldly, "The old man has underestimated you. Shen Jian, your cultivation is lacking, but your comprehension of the laws of the world has already surpassed the old man's. You do indeed possess the right to fight the old man." The elders of the Mo clan immediately became stunned when they heard Lu Tian's words. They all stared at Shen Jian in disbelief as their hearts churned. Shen Jian had clearly only reached godhood recently, yet his comprehension of the laws of the world had already surpassed Lu Tian's. This was just too unbelievable. It was just too unbelievable. It had been so many years since they had reached godhood. Basically all of them had been stuck at their current level of cultivation due to the laws of the world. Every small breakthrough was extremely difficult, requiring a long period of comprehension. Some people might not even be able to break through to the next level of cultivation for the rest of their lives because they knew extremely well just how difficult it was to make further progress in the comprehension of laws. However, Shen Jian was only a mid-deity, yet his comprehension of laws had already surpassed the early god Lu Tian's. All of them felt envious of his talent. With a great rumble, Mo Ling appeared outside the barrier as well. He blocked the attacks from Ando Fu and poison god Datura all by himself. "Brother Shen Jian, I'll leave Lu Tian to you for now," Mo Ling called out. Mo Ling called out. His presence surged as he charged toward Ando Fu and poison god Datura fearlessly, fending off two gods by himself. Deafening booms constantly rang out as violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. The battle between Lu Tian, Ando Fu, Datura, and poison god Datura was so intense that the world seemed to lose its color. Mo Ling had already used his full strength. He shone with dazzling golden light as he wore a set of impressive golden armor. He swung his huge sword at Ando Fu and poison god Datura. The law he had comprehended was the laws of metal of the five elements. Ando Fu did not hold back either. He wielded a willow leaf sword that was only a finger wide, and he turned into a wisp of smoke as he moved around Mo Ling. He moved extremely quickly, and the willow leaf sword in his hand turned into blurs as he stabbed towards Mo Ling with unbelievable speed. To no surprise, Ando Fu had comprehended the laws of wind. The laws of wind possessed an incomparable advantage in terms of speed. Very few people who had comprehended the laws of wind could match them in terms of speed. If they fled for their lives, there were very few people who could catch up to them at the same level of strength. However, the laws of wind had a flaw as well, which was that their attacks were weaker. Although Datura fought against Mo Ling, she was the only god who did not use her full strength. Every single time she struck out, she was all bark and no bite. She was just dealing with Mo Ling. However, even with that being the case, she still managed to suppress Mo Ling when she worked together with Ando Fu. Mo Ling could only defend and barely fight back. He had completely lost the upper hand. There should still be someone who hasn't emerged from the Mo clan. Lu Tian seems to be rather fearful of that person, so he must be extremely powerful. I have to be careful. I can't fall for Lu Tian's trick. Although half of the Mo clan's wealth is astonishing, it's not enough for me to risk my life, thought Datura. The light in her eyes flickered as she remained vigilant of the surroundings. On the other side, Shun Jian and Lu Tian were engaged in an intense battle as well. Sword light flickered as sword chi surged. Both of them used their full strength, wanting to kill each other as quickly as possible. They had already reached the climax and were extraordinarily intense. When he was at the peak of reciprocity, even though his comprehension of laws had reached mid-god, he was still unable to fight back against Lu Tian. Now that he had reached mid-deity, even though his cultivation was still weaker than Lu Tian's, he was able to put up a fight with his comprehension of the laws of the sword and the wonders of his cultivation method. Key breaker style. Shin Jian growled. His gaze was piercing as he stabbed out with lightning speed with his cloud-stream sword. At the same time, Lu Tian's sword erupted with surging flames as he stabbed towards Shin Jian. When it came in contact with Shin Jian's protective light, the laws of fire on the sword immediately dispersed. Lu Tian was not as powerful as Shun Jian in terms of laws. However, aside from the laws of fire, the attack also contained the power of Lu Tian's early god cultivation. After stopping the laws of fire, Shun Jian's protective light had become extremely fragile. It immediately shattered from the power of the sword. Spurt. Lu Tian's sword stabbed into Shin Jian's chest. The terrifying heat from the sword melted a huge hole in Shin Jian's body in a single instance. At the same time, Shin Jian's sword stabbed into Lu Tian as well. However, it only managed to penetrate an inch before being forcefully stopped by Lu Tian's laws of fire and cultivation that completely overwhelmed Shin Jian, preventing Shin Jian's sword from going any further. However, Lu Tian's face suddenly changed. His presence became rather chaotic at that moment. Shin Jian's wounds were clearly not severe, but the Cloudstream sword possessed a mysterious power that actually drained a quarter of his origin energy in a single instance. What kind of strange cultivation method is this? Lu Tian turned pale with fright and immediately retreated. His heart was filled with shock. One sword strike had depleted a quarter of his origin energy. If there were 3 more sword strikes, the origin energy in his body would be completely depleted. Once he lost his origin energy, what would he use to fight? Chapter 17-19. No, my origin energy hasn't vanished. Instead, it's been sealed up by a mysterious power. What kind of strange power is this? It actually possesses such unfathomable power, where a mere mid-deity can seal up the origin energy of a mighty god, thought Lu Tian. Lu Tian thought to himself. The mysterious power hidden in his dantian was very strange. He had cultivated for so long, but he had never seen such a power. It's fine as long as the origin energy hasn't vanished for no reason, or it's just far too terrifying. It's much easier if it's only been sealed up. At the same time, Lu Tian let out a sigh of relief. He had leapt in fright when he discovered the origin energy had suddenly vanished. Form breaker. Shen Jian was rather pale, but his battle intent did not decrease at all. He took the initiative to attack Lu Tian. His presence surged as his sword qi shot out like a streak of light. Humph, Shen Jian, I'll show you the true strength of old man, Lu Tian said coldly. He extended a finger at the sky, and immediately, strands of the laws of fire condensed from outer space. They formed a sea of fire above him in a single moment. Fire cloud meteor. Lu Tian bellowed out, and the sea of fire above his head surged violently. In the end, it condensed into 5 head-sized fireballs. Every single fireball possessed surging power, giving off a terrifying pressure. Swish. In the next moment, one of the 5 fireballs seemed to turn into a meteor as it tore through the sky with a long tail. It gave off surging energy ripples as it shot towards Shen Jian. Shen Jian showed no fear. He swung his cloud-stream sword at the fireball with an unstoppable force. Boom! With a great sound, the fireball immediately exploded. Vicious and violent flames dyed the sky red as terrifying heat permeated the surroundings, charring the ground. The barrier around the Mo clan in the distance shook violently as well. Lu Tian has actually used a battle skill. Shen Jian is so powerful. He's actually forced Lu Tian to use a battle skill. What power! It's a 4th grade truth tier battle skill at the very least. The elders of the Mo clan all cried out. The patriarch also stared at Shen Jian nervously. He was filled with worry. High up in the air, Shen Jian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball, and the clothes on his body quietly turned into ashes. Shen Jian, although you are qualified to fight against the old man, you are only qualified. If the old man goes all out, killing you will still be as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Tian floated high up in the sky, 4 fireballs burning above his head. Each of the fireballs emitted a monstrous might. However, since you were able to force the old man to use a combat skill, you should be able to die in peace, Lu Tian said coldly. He extended a finger towards Shen Jian from afar, and 2 of the fireballs above his head immediately whistled over. Looking at the 2 fireballs that whistled over, Shen Jian's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. This was a battle skill used by a god. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall into a state of eternal damnation. Suddenly, Shen Jian's cloudstream sword began to tremble violently. At the same time, he called out, "A will that splits the heavens, sword shakes and stars shatter." With that, the cloud-stream sword produced rings of ripples. The ripples overlapped and expanded towards the 2 incoming fireballs. Wherever they passed by, all the origin energy in the surroundings would begin to disperse, directly reduced to nothingness by the ripples. When the ripples collided with the fireballs, they immediately slowed down. The ripples struck the fireballs, causing them to tremble. The laws of fire within them rapidly weakened as well. However, in the end, the 2 fireballs still managed to break through the ripples. They shot towards Shen Jian as 2 meteors. However, after being obstructed by the ripples, the 2 fireballs had become much weaker. Flames erupted in the air as the 2 fireballs struck Shen Jian heavily, erupting with booms. Shen Jian opened his mouth and spat out a bloody mist. Once again, he was sent flying far away. His internal organs were burned, and the skin on his body was charred black. He was seriously injured. If it were not for the fact that his sky-splitting will had reduced the power of the 2 fireballs by quite a lot, he probably would have died from the attack with his cultivation as a mid-deity, even with his comprehension of mid-god laws and the protection of his light. After all, this was a battle skill used by a god, and the grade of the battle skill was not low either. It was at the 4th grade of the truth tier at the very least, so its power was naturally extremely terrifying. He's actually still alive, but he'll be dead soon. Shen Jian, no one can save you today, Lu Tian said coldly. Lu Tian said coldly. His body emitted a strong killing intent. The last two fireballs whistled out and smashed towards Shen Jian mercilessly. In the distance, Mo Ling roared out furiously. He wanted to save Shen Jian, but he was firmly entangled by the two gods. He was unable to break free at all. The elders in the Mo clan all panicked, but they were powerless against the attack. With their strength, they would probably be reduced to ashes before they could even approach the fireballs. Shen Jian gritted his teeth as a sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. The first move of a will that splits the heavens was no longer enough to fend off Lu Tian's battle skill, but not only could he use the first move, but he could also use the second move, the Sword of Stars. However, the second move was just too powerful. If the first move was a star, then the second move was a river of stars. Even after breaking through to mid-deity, he still had not grasped it. If he wanted to use the second move, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price to forcefully use it. At this moment, he had already been forced into a dead end by Lu Tian's battle skill. He could only use the second form of one will splits the heavens, Sword Stars illusion. However, just when Shen Jian was about to use it, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the lava turned into a cavern of ice. Snow began to fall from the sky. It's the flying snow sword. The patriarch rejoiced in the Mo clan. He suddenly looked towards the seventh hall. Just when the patriarch looked over, there was a flash of light. It shot out with unbelievable speed, breaking free from the protective barrier of the Mo clan in a single instance. It shot towards the two fireballs with an unstoppable force. So fast. The patriarch shivered inside. Even with his strength, he failed to see the light clearly. Even with his soul, he could only vaguely make out a sword hidden within the light. It was the flying snow sword he had purchased from Maple Leaf City and gifted to Jianchen. Boom! The flying snow sword directly pierced through the two fireballs. The two fireballs immediately exploded in the air, filling the surroundings with sparks. Terrifying ripples of energy permeated the surroundings. Even early gods would become heavily injured if they did not have any protective treasures. However, the flying snow sword did not slow down at all. Under the envelopment of the laws of the sword that was far more powerful than early gods, it directly ignored the terrifying sea of fire and pierced through it. It appeared before Lu Tian in a single instance. Lu Tian's face changed drastically. He immediately retreated and dodged as hard as he could. However, even though he had used his full strength, he was still a step too late. The flying snow sword swept past his arm, leaving behind a bloody mark. Lu Tian only felt a sharp pain coming from his left arm. His entire left arm fell off and separated from his body. Lu Tian was extremely shocked. His opponent did not even appear. Just a sword flying through the air was enough to break his battle skill and even cut off one of his arms. What kind of strength was this? P.S. Tearful Rain's new book, The Sword God of the Eight Wastelands, has been logged in. Chapter 1720. On the other side, when Ando Fu and Poison God Datura saw Lu Tian lose his left arm in a single clash, they were greatly shocked. Shock filled their faces, and they immediately stopped paying attention to Mo Ling. They wanted to immediately stop and guard against the shockingly powerful expert. Ha ha ha, Brother Jianchen, I'll leave Lu Tian to you. I'll keep the two of them busy. Come help me after you kill Lu Tian. Mo Ling laughed loudly. Mo Ling laughed aloud as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He ignored his injuries and kept Poison Goddess Datura and Ando Fu busy. Ando Fu's face sank. He used his full strength to break free from Mo Ling, but he felt bitter inside. Earlier, he and Datura had kept Mo Ling busy, preventing him from saving Shen Jian so that Lu Tian could buy some precious time to kill Shen Jian. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed dramatically. Originally, it was the two of them keeping Mo Ling busy, but now Mo Ling was keeping them busy. Datura's face sank as well. The light in her eyes flickered, and she was about to retreat. She had been moved by Lu Tian's generous offer, which was why she agreed to assist Lu Tian in dealing with the Mo clan. She also learnt from Lu Tian that there was another mysterious expert on par with gods aside from Mo Ling in the Mo clan. Lu Tian and Ando Fu worked together to deal with Mo Ling, while she dealt with the mysterious expert. Datura originally believed that with 3 gods working together, there would be no pressure at all when dealing with the Mo clan. Even if the Mo clan had 2 gods, they would only end up defeated. Half of the Mo clan's wealth would naturally end up in her hands easily, which was why she agreed so readily. However, on the way here, she could clearly sense that dealing with the Mo clan would not be as simple as it seemed, so she had always been on guard. She was afraid that she would fall for Lu Tian's tricks. In particular, when the battle began, their opponents were different from what they had originally planned. Lu Tian had actually taken the initiative to receive the mysterious expert on par with gods that she was supposed to deal with, while she and Ando Fu dealt with Mo Ling together. This made Datura feel that something was off, so she never dared to fight seriously. Her battle with Mo Ling was purely for show. But now, when she saw Lu Tian lose his arm in a single strike and heard Mo Ling's call out, Datura suddenly understood that the mysterious expert Lu Tian wanted her to deal with was not Shen Jian at all. Instead, it was the shockingly powerful Jianshan. Lu Tian, you really are a good person. You really are up to no good. You actually tried to set me up. Looks like you're still brooding over what happened in the past. You don't have complete confidence in dealing with me, so you want to use someone else to eliminate me. Ha ha ha, Lu Tian, but why do I feel like the mysterious expert you spoke of is far more powerful than what you described? From your expression, you must not have known that person was actually so powerful, Datura sneered inside. Her gaze became as cold as a venomous snake's. In the Mo clan, a white-robed young man flew out of the 7th hall at a steady pace. Under the stunned gazes of all the elders, he slowly flew out of the protective barrier. The flying snow sword that had severed Lu Tian's arm was in his hand. What's going on? How can Jianshan be so powerful? Wasn't Jianshan still at the Origin realm? How has he become so powerful in the blink of an eye? He severed Lu Tian's arm in a single strike. Heavens, Lu Tian is a god. Jianshan can actually heavily injure a god so easily. The elders of the Mo clan all stared at Jianshan with their eyes wide open. At that moment, they even felt like what was happening before them was not real. They had never paid much attention to Jianshan in the Mo clan. As a matter of fact, they had never taken a proper look at Jianshan in the past. If it were not for Shen Jian's existence, they would have even forgotten that there was a person called Jianshan in the Mo clan. However, they had never thought that the Jianshan they had never taken seriously would possess such terrifying strength. Lu Tian also stared at Jianshan in shock. Disbelief filled his face. How could Jianshan be so powerful in his understanding? Lu Tian, I let you escape last time. I'd like to see how you can escape from me this time. Jianshan stared at Lu Tian coldly. His voice was frigid and filled with heavy killing intent. Ando Fu, keep Mo Ling busy. Man Luo, let's deal with him together. Lu Tian called out to Man Luo in the distance. Lu Tian, no one can save you today, Jianshan said coldly. He directly stabbed out at Lu Tian with the flying snow sword. This sword was ordinary and simple, without the slightest bit of extravagance. However, when this sword pierced out, it seemed to contain endless mysteries of the world. The entire world was overshadowed by this sword, causing this sword to become the only thing in the world. This was the power of the laws of the sword. Jianshan's laws of the sword were no longer at the major achievement of sword origin but the great perfection of sword origin. At the major achievement of sword origin, the laws were equivalent to mid-gods. Now that Jianshan had broken through, his comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached late god. Lu Tian became extremely stern. Origin energy surged within him, as strands of laws of fire interweaved. He channeled all the power he could use into his sword, immediately causing it to blaze. He swung his sword at Jianchen as hard as he could. Ding! The two swords collided and produced a metallic thrum. The flying snow sword immediately shone brightly as it erupted with surging sword chi. The sword chi directly dispersed Lu Tian's laws of fire. Even his origin energy that was as powerful as a god rapidly dispersed before the laws of the sword that were equivalent to late gods. The flying snow sword knocked Lu Tian's fiery red sword away, but it did not slow down at all. It continued on, piercing Lu Tian's chest. Spurt! Lu Tian constantly vomited blood. His face became extremely pale as he retreated in a horrible shape. However, as he retreated, he rapidly formed a seal with his hands and bellowed out, sky-incinerating flames. The laws of fire in the surroundings rapidly condensed. In a single moment, they formed a sea of fire that filled the entire sky, dyeing the surroundings into a world of fire. The temperature in the surroundings rapidly rose. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have become a world of fire, causing the space there to distort. It was like a domain had formed, trapping Jianchen within and preparing to kill him. Jianchen remained calm and composed. He swung the flying snow sword and immediately erupted with bright light. A resplendent streak of light shot out with lightning-like speed. Boom! The dazzling sword chi interweaved with the surging flames, erupting with a thunderous boom. The sea of fire gradually dispersed. Lu Tian's battle skill had been destroyed by a single strike from Jianchen. Impossible, this is impossible. You weren't my opponent a few months ago, so it's impossible for your strength to increase so quickly in such a short amount of time, Lu Tian said loudly. Lu Tian called out. Jianchen's strength was not something he could match up to. He was unable to accept this. Chapter 17:21. To the other side, Ando Fu cursed inside as well. Didn't Lu Tian say that this person could barely put up a fight against gods? Why is he so powerful now? How is this barely putting up a fight against gods? He's completely suppressing early gods with absolute advantage. This person is so strong. Lu Tian's truth-tier battle skill was broken through so easily. Looking at how effortless it was, I'm afraid that even if the three of us worked together, we wouldn't be his opponent, let alone Mo Ling. Lu Tian, you've screwed me over, Poison Luo thought to herself. Poison God Datura thought to herself. At that moment, her hatred for Lu Tian had already reached an extreme. Compared to the two of them, Mo Ling laughed heartily. He was extremely excited and delighted. Over a dozen formation banners appeared in Lu Tian's hand. Gritting his teeth, he tossed them toward Jianchen. Every single formation flag pulsed with powerful energy, quickly forming a formation in the air that enveloped Jianchen. Lu Tian felt his heart ache when he tossed out the formation flags. He had bought them all from the royal capital. They could kill early gods and even pose a certain threat to mid-gods. He had originally prepared them for Mo Ling, but he had never thought that he would be forced to use them on Jianchen. The scene before Jianchen suddenly changed as he was enveloped by the formation. The familiar scenery around him silently vanished, replaced by a chaotic formation space. Terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings. The way of slaughter? Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He was familiar with this presence. He had sensed it from the white tiger before. To no surprise, this was the way of slaughter that the white tiger had grasped when he was at the origin realm. Suddenly, strands of killing intent appeared in the surroundings. They condensed into the force of slaughter and directly slashed toward Jianchen with icy cold killing intent. They moved extremely quickly, causing the formation space to ripple wherever they passed by. The person who created these formation flags should have comprehended the way of slaughter as well. It's just that the formation is rather weak. It's more than enough to deal with early gods, but it's not much of a threat to me, Jianchen murmured to himself. He strolled through the formation space calmly as he raised the flying snow sword above his head. Endless power of the laws of the sword surged over, condensing into a huge streak of light that was several hundred meters long. He then suddenly swung it down. The strike was extremely powerful, as if it could cleave the sky in half. As the strike descended, the entire formation space violently shook. The strands of killing intent that shot toward Jianchen completely vanished after the sword qi swept past them. Ka 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 ka. At the same time, a series of tearing sounds came from the space of the formation. The dozen or so formation flags that formed this formation were already full of crack. It didn't take long for all the formation flags to turn into a pile of ashes. The formation that could kill early gods had been cleaved apart by Jianchen's strike as well. After my comprehension of the laws of the sword reached the great perfection of sword origin, the power of the sky-splitter sword technique has clearly increased by a lot. Although the sky-splitter sword technique isn't of a high grade, I just happen to be able to unleash its full power with my current comprehension of the laws of the sword. However, once my comprehension of the laws of the sword reaches sword spirit, the sky-splitter sword technique won't be as helpful to me anymore, Jianchen thought. He hovered in the air with the flying snow sword in hand. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he radiated with a sharp presence. At that moment, he was no longer ordinary. Instead, he was a supreme sword that had been unsheathed. In particular, when his invincible and heroic bearing entered the eyes of the surrounding people, it formed an invisible deterrence, causing everyone's gazes to be filled with fear, reverence, admiration, and so on. Lu Tian's face became extremely ugly. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out another bunch of formation flags, forming a killing formation that trapped Jianchen. He had also paid a great price to purchase this killing formation from the royal capital. Originally, he planned on using it against Ando Fu after the Emo clan was destroyed. Afterwards, another palm-sized, gray sword appeared in Lu Tian's hand. With a thought, the gray sword immediately pulsed with a presence of destruction, shooting into the formation as a black streak of light. The value of the small gray sword had already surpassed the value of the two formations. This was because it was a one-time use treasure that could unleash the full-powered attack of a mid-god. Moreover, it was one of the most powerful laws among the 3,000 laws, the laws of destruction. If the golden sword was used properly, a single strike could wipe out an early god. He had originally prepared it for Ando Fu, but he ended up using it all on Jianchen before the Emo clan was destroyed. After using up all his trump cards, Lu Tian stared at the trapped Jianchen nervously. He had made ample preparations for dealing with the Emo clan this time. Either one of the two formations he had purchased from the royal capital was fatal to early gods, especially the sword with the laws of destruction. It was so powerful that even Lu Tian himself was not confident about blocking it. Let alone destroying the Emo clan, he was even prepared to kill Ando Fu with those trump cards. However, he had never expected Jianchen to be so powerful, completely ruining his plans. Ando Fu nodded secretly when he saw how Lu Tian had actually prepared so many trump cards to destroy the Emo clan. He thought, Lu Tian sure is cautious. I thought he only prepared one trump card, but he's prepared 3. He really is willing to go to great lengths to destroy the Emo clan. If it weren't for Jianchen, the Emo clan would not have survived this crisis. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent rumble. The second formation Lu Tian had used to trap Jianchen shattered as well. Jianchen bathed in a layer of powerful light as he appeared before everyone unscathed. The presence of the laws of destruction permeated the surroundings. Lu Tian's heart immediately sank. Jianchen was just too powerful. He had used all his trump cards, but he had failed to injure Jianchen at all. He was already heavily injured, so he was even less of Jianchen's opponent. Swish! With a flash of light, Jianchen's flying snow sword slashed over with lightning speed. It swept past Lu Tian's waist, cleaving him in half mercilessly. Lu Tian let out a muffled groan. He immediately turned around, leaving the upper half of his body behind to flee. At the same time, he poured all kinds of medicinal pills into his mouth. However, at this moment, Datura suddenly appeared before Lu Tian. She called out coldly, "Lu Tian, you actually dared to harm me. Even if I have to die here today, I'll personally kill you first." With that, she stabbed her staff towards Lu Tian's head. Spurt! Lu Tian's head was immediately pierced through. The intense poison spread out and melted Lu Tian's head into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Tian didn't die because of this. His primordial spirit escaped at the critical moment and was stained with a trace of green poison. "Poison god Datura, you stinking bitch!" Lu Tian's soul roared viciously. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. His soul was rapidly dissipating under the corrosion of the poison. "Humph, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being up to no good. You wanted to get rid of me, so why would I show you any mercy? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Datura coldly said. "Damned bitch, you'll die a horrible death." Lu Tian's soul bellowed out in frustration before directly dispersing in the air. His soul had been wiped out. Jianshan watched on coldly from one side. He did not stop Datura from killing Lu Tian. He did not have any irreconcilable grievances with Lu Tian. He only wanted to kill Lu Tian to keep the azulate swords a secret. It did not matter who killed Lu Tian. "Senior, I only came here because I was tricked by Lu Tian. I have no intentions of disrespecting Senior. Senior Qianhai, please be magnanimous and forgive this junior." After killing Lu Tian, Datura clasped her fist at Jianshan before fleeing without waiting for Jianshan's reply. She fled as quickly as she could. She did not dare to take Lu Tian's space ring with her, so she left it where it was. In her opinion, if Jianshan did not want to kill her, he obviously would not chase after her. If he wanted to kill her, she would flee a certain distance first. Once Jianshan really did chase after her, she would have plenty of time to use life-saving techniques and pay a price to leave. After all, she was not Lu Tian. Lu Tian was already at the end of his rope. He would not be able to escape from Jianshan even if he wanted to, while she was still at her peak condition. Ando Fu did not dare to stay any longer when he saw Datura flee. He turned into a wisp of smoke and fled as quickly as he could. He was much faster than Datura. "Brother Jianshan, you can't let Ando Fu escape." Mo Ling could not catch up, so he could only call out to Jianshan for help. Ando Fu comprehended the laws of wind, so there were very few people at the same level who could catch up to him when he fled. Jianshan's eyes turned cold. Even without Mo Ling's reminder, he would not let Ando Fu escape. After all, the third piece of Divine King Duanmu's jade was still in Ando Fu's hands. Once Ando Fu escaped, he would definitely not remain in the Ando clan. The saint's world was so large, so finding him would be almost impossible. "Haha, Mo Ling, I admit defeat in this battle, but your Mo clan still doesn't have the strength to keep the old man here. Although the old man is only an early god, even late gods will not be able to catch up to the old man." Ando Fu shot off into the distance in a single moment. Just when he was about to disappear into the horizon, his voice boomed out thunderously from the sky above the Mo clan. Chapter 1722. With that, Jianshan turned into a streak of light and chased after Ando Fu with unbelievable speed. At that moment, Jianshan's speed had reached the limit. Not only had he exceeded the range of the naked eye, but even the senses of the early god's soul were unable to see him clearly. Even with Mo Ling's strength, he could only catch a blurry streak of white light when faced with Jianshan's current speed. "Heavens, what speed!" Mo Ling cried out. His face was filled with shock. Even he was shocked by Jianshan's current speed. He was truly as fast as a bolt of lightning. No, he was even faster than a bolt of lightning. Ando Fu comprehended the laws of wind. Even though he was not the fastest, he was known as the fastest in the world. Once he fled, very few people could catch up to him. However, before Jianshan's linear lightning release, Ando Fu's laws of wind seemed as slow as a tortoise. In less than a second, Jian Chen caught up to Ando Fu, who had vanished from sight, as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning. Impossible! How can he be so fast? Ando Fu's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed Jianchen chasing after him. He was filled with shock. As soon as he thought of that, Jianchen had already arrived behind him. Ando Fu could even clearly sense the threatening sword intent from behind. Fast. It was just too fast. Ando Fu did not even have the time to think. He did not even have the time to dodge. With just a thought, Jianchen had passed through his back. He had directly pierced through Ando Fu's body with his sword. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Spurt. Blood constantly spurted from Ando Fu's mouth. His face immediately became sheet white and haggard. A bowl-sized hole had appeared on his chest. His flesh and organs had all vanished. In particular, strands of sword chi flickered around the wound. Jianchen had passed through Ando Fu's chest with his sword. Logically speaking, Jianchen should have left behind a bowl-sized hole with his size, but Jianchen was just too fast. Even the space around him was affected by his speed, causing his body to elongate. As a result, the hole he left behind was only the size of a bowl. Ando Fu was extremely shocked as he stared at Jianchen in fear. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. Strands of power from the laws of wind condensed around him as he used the laws of wind to fend off the remaining laws of the sword in his wound. If the laws of the sword continued to damage his body, his wounds would rapidly worsen. In the distance, the lightning vanished and Jianchen reappeared. His white clothes and hair fluttered as he steadily flew over with the flying snow sword. He stared at Ando Fu coldly and said, "Your laws of wind are fast, but my sword technique is even faster. Do you think you can escape from my sword technique?" "May I ask what sword technique that is?" Ando Fu asked with a trembling voice. He was dispirited. He had never thought that Jianchen would be so impressive. Not only was his strength so shocking that even Lu Tian could not fight back, but he was also so fast as well. It was fine if he could not defeat his opponent, but he could not even escape. "Linear lightning release," Jianchen said emotionlessly. "Linear lightning release, linear lightning release. It really is the speed of lightning," Ando Fu murmured. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a horrible shape. He seemed like a beggar. Right now, he did not seem like a sage-like person at all. However, Ando Fu's face lit up soon afterwards. He stared at the cold Jianchen with shining eyes and said, "You can't kill me. If I die, the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade will immediately spread through the entire Dong'an province. It might even reach the other provincial cities of the divine kingdom of Pingtian in an extremely short amount of time. Although our Dong'an province doesn't have an overgod, 5 of the 36 provincial cities of the divine kingdom of Pingtian have overgods. Aside from them, there are quite a few overgods in the royal capital. If they receive the news, they'll definitely hurry over. If you want to prevent the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade from spreading, you can't kill me." Jianchen snorted coldly. He pointed the flying snow sword at Ando Fu's forehead and said coldly, "How are you going to make me believe you? Moreover, even if you really do have arrangements, the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade won't spread as long as the news of your death doesn't spread. Once I die, my life stone will shatter. Even if the news doesn't spread, the people I've arranged will know," said Ando Fu. "Brother Jianchen, please wait." Mo Ling's voice rang out from afar. He quickly arrived before Jianchen and stared at Jianchen with extremely mixed feelings. He said extremely politely, "Brother Jianchen, you can't kill Ando Fu. He's telling the truth. Once he dies, the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade will immediately spread. It'll be extremely bad for us." Jianchen frowned slightly. "Lu Tian is already dead. Will Lu Tian's people spread the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade as well?" Mo Ling also frowned. In the past few years, Our Mo clan has been secretly investigating this matter as well, but we've only found out that the Ando clan has a backup plan. It's just as Andofu said. Once he dies, his life stone will shatter, and the people in possession of the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade will spread the news rapidly. However, we've never been able to find the person from the Ando clan. As for whether the Lu family has a backup plan like our Mo clan and the Ando clan, we don't know. This is because our Mo clan has been secretly investigating for several tens of thousand years, but we haven't found any information at all. Jianshan slowly put down the flying snow sword and said to Andofu, Andofu, I won't kill you. Hand over your Ando clan's divine King Duanmu's jade. At the same time, I want all the wealth of your Ando clan. Andofu glared at him and said in exasperation, You want all the wealth of our Ando clan? Aren't you going too far? That's the foundation of our Ando clan. I can give you the divine King Duanmu's jade. At the same time, our Ando clan will keep this a secret, but we can't give you all the wealth of our clan. Compared to the wealth of your clan, your life and the lives of everyone in your clan, I think you know very well which is more important. If you want the Ando clan to continue standing, hand over all your wealth obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now and directly go to your Ando clan. I'll still be able to obtain all your wealth. Although the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade will be leaked by your people, the people of the Lu family might have already leaked it. It doesn't matter whether your people leak it or not, Jianshan said coldly. Andofu's face became uneasy. The light in his eyes flickered for a while before he made up his mind. All right, our Ando clan can give you everything you want, but you have to promise that you won't harm our Ando clan. Andofu had no other choice. If his clan's wealth was gone, he could slowly earn it back. However, if his clan was gone and he lost his life, he would really have nothing left. Even if he had an astonishing amount of wealth, he would not be alive to enjoy it. Jianshan smiled. As long as your Ando clan doesn't do anything out of line, I naturally won't harm you. However, you can't leave my side during this period of time. Booms rang out in the distance. Several 100,000 kilometers away from the Mo clan, the poison god Datura was attacking a formation wildly. God-damned Lu Tian, I shouldn't have agreed to deal with the Mo clan in the first place. You've cast down this formation to prevent the people of the Mo clan from escaping, but it's trapped me now. I can't leave if I don't get through this formation, Lu Tian sneered. Chapter 1723. Poison god Datura cursed. Even though she had killed Lu Tian with her own hands, Lu Tian was still the reason why she was in such a state. Her hatred for Lu Tian was still unquenchable. At that moment, poison goddess Datura did not hold back at all. She used her full strength, attacking the formation that prevented her from leaving like a madman. Various techniques and battle skills were unleashed one after another, causing the surroundings to rumble. Potent toxins filled the air. Suddenly, poison goddess Datura's face changed. She cried out, Oh no, that person has actually caught up to Andofu. What kind of terrifying speed is this? Even the senses of my soul can only capture a blurry afterimage. Poison goddess Datura was extremely shocked. The senses of her soul had always enveloped the surroundings, so she naturally captured Jianshan's movements as he chased after Andofu. No wonder that person called Jianshan didn't chase after me earlier. I thought he would be kind enough to spare me, but it seems like Jianshan has such terrifying speed. He's not afraid of me running at all. Moreover, this space has been sealed up by Lu Tian's formation, so I can't escape even if I want to, poison goddess Datura thought to herself. A thought rapidly crossed the poison god Datura's mind. She clenched her teeth and revealed a determined expression. She threw the wooden staff in her hand with a pained expression. At the same time, her hands formed a seal as she cried out, Explode! As poison god Datura uttered the word, explode, the wooden staff immediately produced a great boom. Under the impact of the violent shockwave, a crack immediately appeared in the formation. A sliver of joy appeared in Poison Goddess Datura's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he used a secret technique and burned his blood essence. His body turned into a blur as he fled through the crack. After that, he didn't dare to stop at all, fleeing into the distance as quickly as he could. The god that Lu Tian invited has actually escaped. Ando Fu, does she know about the Divine King's jade? Mo Ling asked as he looked in the direction that Poison Goddess Datura had fled in. Ando Fu had already surrendered now. His status was equivalent to a prisoner. When he heard what Mo Ling said, he replied, "That woman doesn't know about God King Duanmu's jade." In reality, she had some grievances with Lu Tian in the past. Lu Tian invited her this time because he wanted to use the Mo clan to get rid of this woman. Jianshan glanced in the direction that Poison Goddess Datura had fled in, but he did not mind. He said to Mo Ling, "Brother Mo Ling, let's go back. Although I don't know if Lu Tian has left anything behind, we need to be prepared for the Divine King's jade to be exposed." "We'll do as Brother Jianshan says." Mo Ling clasped his hands together. Mo Ling clasped his fist at Jianshan. After witnessing Jianshan's terrifying strength, he could not help but treat Jianshan with much more respect. It was as if he had accepted Jianshan as his master. Jianshan and Mo Ling immediately left, flying back to the Mo clan. Ando Fu followed beside them as well. He was dispirited. When Jianshan and Mo Ling returned to the Mo clan, the place had already become peaceful. Although the protective barrier was still active, all the people from the two clans who had attacked the barrier had fled long ago. Clearly, they had fled after seeing their god defeated. The patriarch immediately became extremely excited when he saw Mo Ling and Jianshan return. He immediately flew out from the barrier and said, "Ancestor, you've finally returned. How's the situation?" As he said that, he glanced past the dispirited Ando Fu. A strange light immediately flashed through his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell many things from Ando Fu's expression, which made him extremely excited. Xingfeng passed down the orders. Everyone in the Mo clan should begin hunting down the remaining members of the Lu family. Lu Tian has sealed off the surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers with formations. The people of the Lu family won't be able to escape, Mo Ling said coldly. "Yes, ancestor." The patriarch was overjoyed as he immediately went to make arrangements. Afterwards, Mo Ling said to Ando Fu, "I'll leave the people of your Ando clan to you. You don't need me to tell you what you need me to do, right?" Naturally, Mo Ling would deal with the aftermath of the battle. Jianshan directly arrived before the bloodied Xin Jian. After checking on Xin Jian's wounds, he immediately helped Xin Jian to the 7th hall. Along the way, everyone in the Mo clan, whether it was the elders, the upper echelon, or the guards, all bowed towards Jianshan and Xin Jian politely. In particular, the elders looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. The supreme strength Jianshan had displayed today had shocked all of them. Shiyu, in particular, felt extremely awkward. She had opposed Mo Yen saving the two of them in the past, and she had even personally asked them to leave when Jianshan woke up in the Mo clan. In the end, if it were not for Mo Yan's desperate efforts to keep them, Jianshan and Xin Jian probably would have left the Mo clan long ago. When she had broken through to late deity, she had been indifferent to Jianshan's congratulations because she had treated Jianshan as an origin realm cultivator. Naturally, she could not be bothered to glance at him. However, only today did she discover in shock that Jianshan was actually so powerful. He was an early god. As the ancestor of a large organization, Lu Tian was actually unable to fight back at all against Jianshan. This had an extremely great impact on Shiyu. In particular, Jianshan's fluttering white robes, fluttering hair, and wielding the flying snow sword had left an unerasable mark in her head. "Since you're so powerful, why do you pretend to be immortal? You don't have the bearing and dignity of an expert at all. Even when the origin realm guards of the clan look down on you, you don't become angered at all. Do you really not care about that?" Yu stared at the seventh hall as her feelings became extremely mixed. Even early gods can be killed effortlessly in front of you. That's right. With your strength, even destroying our Mo clan is a piece of cake. Even the ancestor is not your opponent. You already possess such a great status, so why would you lower yourself to the level of these ant-like people in the Mo clan? You don't care about them at all, Jianchen said with a smile. Within the seventh hall, Shen Jian ingested the healing pills Mo Ling had given him. He currently sat on the jade bed and healed. After learning the details from Jianchen, Shen Jian became stern as well. He said, Lu Tian is crafty and cunning. He actually invited a god to block your profound sword qi. How can someone like that not have any backup plans? He'll definitely make the same arrangements as the Mo clan and the Ando clan. Now that he's dead, the news of Duanmu Divine King's Jade might have been leaked by the people of the Lu family. Chapter 1724. Very soon, Jianchen made his way out of the seventh hall. He planned on immediately going to the Lu family to collect the remaining wealth of the Lu family. Although the ancestor and most of the elders of the Lu family had come, the patriarch of the Lu family did not take part in this operation. As the patriarch of the clan, he definitely possessed quite a lot of divine crystals. Apart from that, almost all of these large clans had built their own treasure vault. Most of their wealth would be stored in the treasure vaults and protected by the entire clan. Cultivation resources like divine crystals were almost all stored in specialized treasure vault. It was unlikely that they would leave all of it with their ancestors. This was because divine crystals were consumables that were constantly circulated. They would come and go frequently, so it was quite common for the ancestor of a clan to enter seclusion for several thousand years or even 10,000 years. If they were left with divine crystals, it would be inconvenient for them to store them. However, if they were left with the patriarch, they would be worried that the patriarch would be robbed and suffer great losses. As a result, many clans of a certain size would not leave all their wealth to a single person. Instead, they would store it in special treasuries, protected by formations. It was extremely safe. When Jianchen made his way out of the seventh hall, the elders of the Mo clan had all left to hunt down the remnants of the Lu family. Even Mo Ling had personally gone to deal with the godhood elders of the Lu family. The people of the Ando clan who had fled earlier had all gathered in an empty area outside the Mo clan. All of them were dejected and dispirited. To no surprise, Ando Fu was among them. Clearly, they knew that the Ando clan had been defeated. They were basically prisoners of the Mo clan now. Even the ancestor of the Ando clan could not change anything. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw Ando Fu. He definitely could not leave Ando Fu here, just in case he went to the Lu family and Ando Fu had no one to suppress him. If that happened, he would end up causing quite a mess. He might even abandon the clansmen of the Ando clan and flee by himself. Although he was heavily injured, Mo Ling would not be able to catch up to him if he fled for his life. Ando Fu, come with me to your Ando clan, Jianchen said to Ando Fu. Jianchen said to Ando Fu. He had originally planned on going to the Lu family, but now he was going to the Ando clan. Ando Fu was in low spirit. He nodded slowly and did not say anything else. He directly took Jianchen to the Ando clan. Clearly, he was going to take the Ando clan's wealth. Brother Mo Ling, I'll be heading to the Ando clan first. I'll have to trouble you to collect the wealth of the Lu family for me, Jianchen said to Mo Ling secretly. Brother Jianchen, don't worry. Leave it to me. Several 100,000 kilometers away, Mo Ling killed the last deity realm elder of the Lu clan with lightning speed. He then sent a voice transmission to Jianchen and flew towards the Lu clan with Shi Yu and another deity realm elder. Now that the Lu clan no longer had a heavenly god in charge, there were only 2 deity stage elders left. Although they had the same protective formation as the Lu clan, with Mo Ling's heavenly god tier abilities, He could definitely kill his way in before their protective formation was activated. Jianchen, Ando Fu, and Mo Ling arrived before the formation that Lu Tian had cast down. They did not get through it immediately. Instead, they waited for a while. Only after all the remaining members of the Lu family had been wiped out by the people of the Mo clan did the three of them break through the formation together. They hurried off to the Ando clan and the Lu family. The mountains where the Ando clan resided were shrouded in clouds and mist. The presence of immortals permeated the air. Spiritual beasts ran about on the ground while cranes danced in the sky. It seemed like a paradise. When they arrived at the Ando clan, Jianchen was filled with praises for the scenery. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He had to admit that the Ando clan had done an extremely ingenious job in this aspect. Jianchen followed Ando Fu into the Ando clan. At this moment, Ando Fu had already recovered his sagely appearance. His wounds had temporarily stabilized after ingesting some healing pills. Although he had not completely recovered, he had stopped worsening at the very least. Jianchen became especially low-key at this moment. He followed Ando Fu into the Ando clan, taking a small step behind him. He seemed like Ando Fu's follower instead. However, Jianchen focused all of his attention on Ando Fu. He paid close attention to his every action to prevent him from doing anything out of line. After all, this was the main base of the Ando clan. Jianchen needed to be cautious. He was not afraid that he would encounter trouble here. Instead, he did not want Ando Fu to escape at a time like this. The Ando clan, Mo clan, and Lu family had indeed produced overgods in the past, but Jianchen had learnt from Mo Ling that the three overgods had spent their entire lives on the divine king Duanmu's dwelling. They did not purposefully manage the three clans they had founded. As a result, they did not leave behind any overgods in the three clans. All the defenses of the clans had been added by the descendants of the clans one by one. Apart from the ancestors who founded the three clans, there was not a single overgod. As a matter of fact, there was not even a late god, so the defenses they cast down were naturally not particularly powerful. When Jianchen entered the Ando clan, the 18 powerful clans that ruled over the entire province had already gathered in the distant provincial city of the Dong'an province. They had all sent out a god, so a total of 18 gods had gathered. They were engaged in an intense debate over the distribution of the high-grade divine crystal mine in the Dark Cloud Mountains. Out of all the powerful clans in the Dong'an province, our Hua family, Dong family, and Nanyun family are the most powerful. They all possess late gods, so our three clans should take the largest share. We'll each take a portion of this high-grade divine crystal mine. Each of us should have a share of the mine, a red-robed old man said leisurely with squinted eyes. He was a god from the Hua family, one of the three most powerful clans in the Dong'an province. Although the three peak clans of the Dong'an province did not get along very well, and they had even competed against each other many times, they all cast aside their past differences with the appearance of the high-grade divine crystal mine. They worked together to obtain the largest share of the profit. They all understood that the high-grade divine crystal mine was just too juicy. There was not a single organization in the Dong'an province that could take it all for themselves. Even if the three peak clans worked together, they would only be able to take a share of the profit. There are a total of 18 clans gathered here today. Your Hua clan, Dong clan, and Nanyun clan will take 30%, while the remaining 15 clans will only be able to take 70%. In total, each clan will not even get 0.5%. Our Jin clan will be the first to disagree with such a distribution plan. The Jin clan's heavenly god immediately objected. He did not show the slightest fear when facing the three clans. The three clans were powerful, but they only had an additional late god. Just a single late god was not enough to reign supreme in the Dong'an province. Even if the three clans worked together, they would not be able to fend off the 15 other powerful clans. This was because the total number of gods from the 15 clans was enough to completely crush the 3 peak clans. Even if there were late gods, they only needed to send out 2 or 3 mid-gods to keep them busy. Unless the late gods of the 3 clans possessed supreme battle prowess on par with the prodigies of large sects, they would not be able to make the 3 clans fear them. The god from the Hor family did not become angered by the objection of the god from the Jin family. The Jin family was an extremely powerful clan in the Dong'an province. Even though they could not compare to the 3 peak clans, they did not have any fewer gods than the 3 peak clans. The only flaw was that they did not have a late god. In my opinion, it's better to split the high-grade divine crystal mine evenly, another god said. He represented one of the weaker clans in the Dong'an province. Even the weakest clans had at least 3 heavenly gods overseeing them. Split it evenly? You're dreaming. Your Kong family only has 3 early gods. Not only does our Dong family have a late god, we even have 2 mid-gods and 2 early gods. That's a total of 5 gods. What right does your Kong family have to get the same share as our Dong family? A god from the Dong family snorted coldly. With that, the expression of the god from the Dong family suddenly changed. With a flip of his hand, a jade talisman for communication appeared in his hand. After reading the message on the jade talisman, the expression of the god from the Dong family changed drastically. He no longer cared about the splitting of the divine crystals. He immediately stood up and clasped his hands at everyone. Everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. We'll talk about the high-grade divine crystal mine another day. Before he had even finished speaking, the god from the Dong family left in a hurry. Before the god from the Dong family had even left the hall, the gods from the Ho family and Nanyan clan received the message as well. Their expressions changed drastically, and they bid farewell to everyone without any hesitation before leaving in a hurry. Afterwards, all the gods gathered there received the message as well. Without any exception, all of their expressions changed drastically when they saw the contents of the message. They no longer cared about the high-grade divine crystals and left as if their butts were on fire. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the 18 powerful clans who were still discussing the splitting of the high-grade divine crystal mine had left. The majestic discussion hall fell silent in a single moment. The entire provincial city of the Dong'an province was thrown into an uproar with the news. A divine king's dwelling has actually appeared in the Dong'an province. That's just unbelievable. Is the news true or false? I've heard of the divine king Duanmu. He's an extremely powerful divine king. It's said that he's reached the peak of the divine king realm and is only a step away from the primordial realm. What? The divine king Duanmu's strength has reached the peak of the divine king realm? Doesn't that mean he's even more powerful than the divine king of our divine kingdom of Pingtian? Don't compare the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian to the divine king Duanmu. They're not on the same level at all. If the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian fought with Duanmu, the divine king would be able to wipe out the divine king with a single hand because Duanmu is a divine king who has made it onto the divine king's throne. Although he's not ranked in the top 1,000, he's a supreme expert as long as he makes it onto the throne. What? The divine king Duanmu has even made it onto the divine king's throne? It's said that countless people who have reached the peak of the divine king realm in the saints' world have attempted to make it onto the divine king's throne, but there are only a handful of people who can actually make it onto the throne. It's said that even some prodigies can't make it onto the throne. Heavens, the dwelling of such a supreme divine king is actually in our Dong'an province. This is unbelievable. Let's go find the Mo clan and the Ando clan. It's said that the people of the 2 clans know where the divine king Duanmu's dwelling is, and they possess the key to the divine king's dwelling. Chapter 1725. The Mo clan and the Ando clan were not the only ones who had made arrangements for the news regarding the divine king's jade. The Lu family had made arrangements as well. Soon after Lu Tian's death, the news regarding the divine king's jade spread through the Dong and province. Even though the sudden news regarding the divine king's dwelling was rather surreal in a tiny provincial city like the Dong and province that did not even possess an overgod, many people even suspected that the news was fake and was fabricated by some meddlesome people. However, there were also some people who believed that it was better to be safe than sorry. They left the Dong and province as soon as possible and headed to where the Mo clan and the Ando clan were. Many of these people were at reciprocity, while there were also a few deities. There were even a few gods. However, these gods did not belong to powerful clans in the Dong and province. Instead, they were gods from other regions. Although they knew that even if the news regarding the divine king's dwelling was true, they would not be able to participate in the battle for the fortuitous encounters with their cultivation. However, that was not enough to stop them from feeling excited. They could not stop them from wanting to take a look. At the same time, many of them still hoped that they would be blessed by the heavens. News of the divine king's dwelling has spread in the Dong and province. Send this news back to the clan. Immediately report this matter to the patriarch as soon as possible. The divine king Duanmu is a supreme divine king. Once he obtains Duanmu's legacy, he'll definitely soar. Even if he doesn't obtain the legacy, he'll be rich enough to rival an entire country if he obtains the divine king Duanmu's treasures. If the people of the Dong and province obtain the divine king Duanmu's treasures, an overgod will definitely appear in the Dong and province. It might even be possible for him to become a divine king in the future. No, we can't let the treasures end up in the hands of the Dong and province. Many cultivators from other regions reported the appearance of the Duanmu divine king's jade in various parts of the provincial city. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they did not dare to slack off at all. At the same time, all the gods in the 18 powerful clans in the Dong and province emerged from seclusion. Even some of the gods who had gone out on expeditions were sent back as soon as possible. Immediately send people to the Mo clan and the Ando clan to check the authenticity of this matter. Investigate immediately. It doesn't matter if the news about the divine king Duanmu's cave is true or not. Investigate immediately and quickly. The speed of a deity is too slow. It'll take a lot of time to get there. Let the heavenly gods go there personally. At that moment, basically all the clans in the Dong and province passed down the same orders. Even though many clans doubted the news about the divine king Duanmu's cave, they were unable to remain calm when faced with such news. They were afraid that it was true. 3 powerful presences permeated the dark cloud mountains within the territory of the Lu family, enveloping the entire mountain range. Every single presence was at the level of gods. The 3 gods who watched over the place came from the 3 most powerful clans in the Dong and province, the Hua family, the Dong family, and the Nanyun clan. Even though they were only early gods, no one dared to try anything with them present. There's a divine king's dwelling in the Dong and province? The key to the dwelling and the exact location of the dwelling are in the hands of the Mo clan and the Ando clan? At that moment, the 3 gods snapped open their eyes at the same time. Clearly, they had received the news from the Dong and province. Afterwards, the 3 of them did not hesitate at all. They immediately rushed towards the Mo clan and the Ando clan. A dignified, middle-aged man in luxurious robes threw a tantrum within a majestic mansion in the Dong and province. Who is it? Who leaked the news about the divine king Duanmu? Jean-Yi, tell me what's going on. Why has it become like this? All the preparations I've put in so many years have been for nothing. A black-clothed man stood before the middle-aged man. He seemed to have fused into the darkness, where it was impossible to discover his existence without looking carefully. Patriarch, if I've guessed correctly, the news should have been leaked by the Lu family, said the black-clothed man. The Lu family? Impossible. How can the Lu family leak something so important? The middle-aged man asked sternly. He was so furious that his entire body trembled. Patriarch, the Lu family and the Ando clan worked together to deal with the Mo clan not long ago, but they were defeated instead. The Ando clan surrendered, and Lu Tian died in battle. I believe that the news about the divine King Duanmu was leaked because of Lu Tian's arrangements. He only did this to prevent the Mo clan and the Ando clan from secretly gathering the Duanmu divine King Duanmu to deal with them. That's why Lu Tian made such arrangements, said Zhang Yi. What? Lu Tian and the Ando clan worked together to deal with the Mo clan? Zhang Yi, why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? The middle-aged man flew into a rage. He had completely lost his usual composure. The Lu family and the Ando clan were extremely cautious when dealing with the Mo clan. The people we planted in their clans were unable to find an opportunity to leak the news. I only received the news recently, said Zhang Yi. God damn it! God damn it! The middle-aged man paced back and forth in the room. His face was terrifyingly sunken as he said resentfully, I knew about the news about the Duanmu divine King Duanmu's jade long ago. With our clan's strength, it would be a piece of cake for us to obtain the 3 pieces of jade from the Mo clan, the Ando clan, and the Lu family. I just didn't want this matter to raise the attention of the other powerful clans in the Dong province, which was why I never dared to move against the 3 clans. I always acted secretly, wanting to obtain the 3 pieces of jade without anyone noticing. I never thought that the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade would be leaked, and it would cause an uproar in the city. Everyone knows about it. I've really angered you. The middle-aged man became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He directly slammed his hand on the table before him, shattering the expensive table. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If it were not for the fact that he had so many misgivings about the divine King Duanmu's jade, the 3 pieces of jade would have ended up in his hands long ago. Patriarch, the ancestor has summoned you. At this moment, a female servant's voice rang out from outside. Chapter 1726. Very soon, the middle-aged man entered a majestic hall. The hall was empty. There were only 4 people in white robes at the very front. They sat in the air, and the pressure they gave off was so great that all of them were gods. Wainer Yi greets the 4 grandfathers. The middle-aged man bowed towards the 4 gods. He was extremely respectful. Xiao Yi, there's news of the divine kings dwelling in the Dong province. As the patriarch of the clan, you should be paying attention to all the news in the outside world at all times. You're much more well-informed than us old bastards who spend most of our time in seclusion. Tell me, how much of the news about the divine king's dwelling is fake, said one of the gods. Wainer Yi panicked when he heard that. He immediately clasped his hands. Ancestor, the news about the divine King Duanmu's dwelling is absolutely true. It's not fake at all. Our Wainer clan must hurry to the Mo clan as quickly as possible. We can't waste any more time. Hearing this, the 4 heavenly gods sitting cross-legged in the void all paled. The 4 gods' faces all changed, and their eyes burned with desire. Xiao Yi, what did you say? The divine King Duanmu's dwelling is real? There's really a divine king's dwelling hidden in our Dong province? How did you confirm that it was real? The divine King Duanmu's dwelling is real. Great-grandfathers, let's set off immediately. Please allow your great-grandson to tell you the details slowly along the way, Wainer Yi said rather urgently. The 4 gods calmed down very soon, and the desire in their eyes gradually vanished, replaced by sternness. They murmured, it's actually real. Then it'll be troublesome. The news of the dwelling has already caused quite a stir in the provincial city, and the provincial city is a place where all sorts of people live. There are many people from other provincial cities and even divine kingdoms. They must have spread the news already. A single divine king's estate is enough to cause sovereigns to fight over it, let alone a peerless divine king's estate. The other forces will most likely think that this news is fake. Even if they take it seriously enough, they will still send some people to investigate. It's impossible for them to believe a piece of news that they don't know if it's true or not. Therefore, we still have a chance, that's right. We still have an advantage. Quick, there's no time to lose. Let's set off right now and hurry to the Mo clan as quickly as possible. It's a pity that Xiao Yan still hasn't returned from his travels. Otherwise, our Wainer clan would be even stronger. Sigh, I wonder how Xiao Yan is doing right now. He's the most talented person in our Wainer clan, reaching early god in just 30,000 years and reaching mid-god in 5,000 years. It's been almost 10,000 years since he left the clan. Afterwards, the four gods left the clan with Wainer Yi, flying towards the Mo clan as quickly as they could. Along the way, Wainer Yi told the four gods everything he had learnt in the past few years without holding back at all. Jianchen, Ando Fu, and Lu Tian had all returned to the Mo clan. They gathered together in the Mo clan again. Brother Jianchen, here's all the wealth of the Lu family. We've even collected the space rings of all the Godhood Elders and Origin Realm clansmen of the Lu family who attacked our Mo clan. They're all in here. Please check them. Mo Ling passed a space ring to Jianchen. Jianchen accepted the space ring and scanned it with the senses of his soul. Indeed, he discovered several thousand space rings lying in there quietly. Jianchen understood that the Lu family had probably been wiped out by Mo Ling when he saw so many space rings. Jianchen stowed the space rings away. Right now, he basically possessed all the wealth of the Lu family and the Ando clan. Just the divine crystals alone had reached an extremely shocking number. Brother Mo Ling, in order to prevent the news of the Divine King's jade from leaking, I suggest we enter the Divine King's dwelling immediately. Jianchen said to Mo Ling, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Brother Jianchen, please wait for a moment. I'll go make arrangements for the clan immediately. Entering the dwelling this time will be different from before. If the news of the Divine King's jade really does leak out, the powerful clans of the Dong and province won't be able to find us. They'll definitely make things difficult for the clansmen of the Mo clan. As a result, I need to disperse all the clansmen of the Mo clan so that they can all hide. Whether they can hide or not will depend on their luck, Mo Ling said sternly before immediately making arrangements. Jianchen nodded. Although Mo Ling seemed burly, he was not stupid. He made the same arrangements as Ando Fu. When Ando Fu had come with Jianchen, he had also dispersed the entire Ando clan. All the clansmen had scattered to hide. Clearly, it was impossible for them to take everyone with them into the Divine King's dwelling this time. Only the Godhood Elders could enter with them. Although they could take their clansmen in through spatial containers, it was not necessarily safe in God King Duanmu's dwelling. Once they ran into danger, all of them would die. As a result, they had no choice but to leave their clansmen outside. Father, great-grandfather, if you're all gone, what will happen to me? Sister Shiyu, will I never be able to see you again? Sob, sob, sob. Mo Yan's sobs rang out from the Mo clan. She currently hugged the patriarch's arm as tears pooled in her eyes. She was reluctant to part with them and was extremely sad. Yen listen to father. Find a place to hide. Father and sister Shiyu are going to an extremely dangerous place with great-grandfather. Even great-grandfather won't be able to protect you there, and he might even die with his strength. As a result, we don't dare to take you with us, the patriarch comforted her. His eyes were filled with reluctance to part with her. He had no idea whether he would be able to see his precious daughter again once he left. Although he had entered the Divine King's dwelling 2 or 3 times, he still felt lingering fear about the dangers inside. Although Mo Yen faced the risk of being captured by a powerful clan if she remained outside, it was clearly much safer outside compared to the Divine King's dwelling. If you all leave, leaving me all alone, what will I do? Mo Yen was filled with pain. She was like a lonely girl who had lost her family. She was filled with helplessness and pitifulness. Miss Mo Yen, don't panic. If your father won't take you, I'll take you. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out. Jianchen walked over with a smile and said to Mo Yen. Chapter 1727. When Mo Yen heard Jianchen's voice, it was like seeing the light of dawn in the darkness. She immediately felt a sliver of hope. Is what you're saying true? Are you really willing to take me with you? Mo Yen looked at Jianchen excitedly. Jianchen nodded with a smile. I can take you with me, but you need to understand that the place we're going to this time is extremely dangerous, so I can't leave you outside. You need to be obedient and stay in a divine hall that I carry with me. Only then can I guarantee your safety. Jianchen could ignore the other people of the Mo clan, but Jianchen had to take Mo Yen with him to the Divine King's dwelling. With her strength at sainthood, she would probably be in danger if she remained outside. Moreover, she was the daughter of the patriarch of the Mo clan. If the powerful clans of the Dong and province learnt about the Duanmu Divine King's dwelling, it would be very difficult for Mo Yen to escape. Before long, all the clansmen of the Mo clan disguised themselves and dispersed. Even though all of them were filled with doubt, they knew that the Mo clan must have encountered unprecedented trouble since the ancestor had told them to scatter and hide. 4 hours later, the Mo clan became empty. All the clansmen had left. Only the elders and the patriarch remained. They hovered in the air as they watched everything with mixed feelings. Brother Jianchen, let's set off, Mo Ling said to Jianchen. Jianchen glanced at Mo Yen. With a wave of his hand, the bright moon divine hall immediately appeared out of nowhere, hovering in the air as a huge divine hall. As soon as the bright moon divine hall appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Whether it was the elders of the Mo clan or the Ando clan, they all stared at the divine hall curiously. They all wondered inside. They really could not understand why someone as powerful as Jianchen would carry such a fragile divine hall with him. This was because the elders could tell with a single glance that the bright moon divine hall was not powerful. Origin realm experts could smash through the divine hall, while just the shock waves from a battle between godhood experts could shatter it. It was extremely fragile. Miss Mo Yen, go stay in the divine hall for a few days first, Jianchen said to Mo Yen. At the same time, the door to the bright moon divine hall slowly opened at that moment. Jianchen, you have to let me out once we get to a safe place, or I'll suffocate to death in there alone, said Mo Yen. Afterwards, she bid farewell to the patriarch and Shiyu. She pursed her lips and entered the bright moon divine hall reluctantly. The patriarch opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he possessed an even better spatial treasure that could withstand the attacks of multiple godhood experts without being destroyed. Who knew how many times more powerful it was than the bright moon divine hall? However, he swallowed the words back down as soon as they reached his mouth. This was because once they entered God King Duanmu's dwelling, whether it was the bright moon divine hall or the divine hall on him that could withstand the attacks of godhood experts several times, they would be as fragile as tofu. It did not matter which divine hall Mo Yen stayed in. What mattered was whether the person who carried the divine hall had enough strength to protect it. The two of them finished their preparations very soon. Just when they were about to make their way to the divine king's dwelling, Jianchen's face changed, and he immediately became stern. Afterwards, the faces of Mo Ling and Ando Fu changed slightly as well. The three of them looked in the same direction. To no surprise, that was the dark cloud mountains of the Liu family. Two powerful presences suddenly appeared in the direction they were looking at. They shot towards the Mo clan with lightning speed. Their presences were tremendous, causing the clouds in the surroundings to swirl. Clearly they were gods. It's the ancestors of the Nanyun clan and the Hua family of the Dong and province, Mo Ling said sternly. Before he had even seen them, he had already identified them from their presences. There were only so many gods in the Dong and province, and every single one of them had lived for a very long time. As a result, even though they had never interacted with each other before, they still knew each other. People from the Dong and province have actually come to the Mo clan. Has the news of the Divine King's jade really been leaked by the Lu family and spread through the entire province? Jianshan thought as a cold light flickered through his eyes. In just a few seconds, the two gods arrived above the Mo clan. They hovered 100 meters away from the people of the Mo clan. To no surprise, the two of them were two of the three gods who watched over the dark cloud mountains. The three gods had left at the same time. One of them hurried to the Ando clan, while the other two directly went to the Mo clan. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, where do you plan on going? What's wrong with your Mo clan? Why has everyone in the Mo clan left? What has happened here? A white-robed young man pretended to be surprised. He glanced around as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was an ancestor of the Nanyun clan. Even though he only seemed to be in his 20s, who knew how many tens of thousands of years he had already lived? The god of the Hua family beside him constantly looked around as well. In the end, he looked at Mo Ling and Ando Fu, and the light in his eyes flickered. This is an internal matter of our Mo clan. There's no need for other clans to interfere. We still have important matters to attend to, so we won't be keeping you company. Farewell. Mo Ling clasped his hands and said calmly. Hold on. As soon as Mo Ling finished speaking, the god of the Hua family called out. With a flash, he arrived behind the people of the Mo clan, sandwiching them with the god of the Nanyun clan. Huolian, what's the meaning of this? Mo Ling's face sank as he glared at the god of the Hua family. The god of the Hua family smiled faintly. Mo Ling, I'm just rather curious about the important matter you have to attend to. It's so important that you've split up everyone in the Mo clan. I hope Brother Mo Ling can answer my questions. This is a matter of my Mo clan. Even if your Hua family is a powerful clan in the Dong and province, you have no right to interfere with the matters of my Mo clan, Mo Ling said coldly. Hua family's heavenly deity stood with his hands behind his back. A confident smile appeared on his face as he said, Mo Ling, if you are not willing to dispel my doubts and satisfy this old man's curiosity, then this old man will not let you leave. Thrum. As soon as the Hua clan's heavenly god finished speaking, the clear sound of a sword resonated in the sky. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted as snow began to fall from the sky. Chapter 1728. The silver-white sword moved extremely quickly. Coupled with the fact that it was close to Huolian in the first place, it arrived before the ancestor of the Hua family in a flash. Huolian's expression changed drastically. When he blocked off the path of retreat of the people of the Mo clan, he had already expected Mo Ling and Ando Fu to take action, so he had always been vigilant. However, even though he was already on guard, he still broke out in cold sweat when the streak of light appeared. The streak of sword light was just too fast, as if it had teleported. Moreover, the person who had attacked had no warning at all, so by the time he reacted, the streak of sword light had already reached his forehead. In that critical moment, Huolian bellowed out. Strands of laws of fire revolved around him, forming layers of protection. At the same time, origin energy surged out from his body, condensing into a shield before him in a single instance. However, all of Huolian's defenses were extremely weak in front of this beam of sword light. There was no way to stop it at all. The sword light broke through all of his defenses like a hot knife through butter and went straight for Huolian's forehead. Huolian's pupils shrunk to the size of the eye of the formation, reflecting the rapidly approaching sword light. Finally, under his disbelieving gaze, the sword light shot into the space between his eyebrows, directly penetrating his brain. His primordial spirit shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. Huolian's rapidly dimming eyes were filled with unwillingness. He still had combat skills that he had yet to use, and he still hadn't used his life-saving items. Yet, he was killed in a single exchange. Huolian's body slowly fell down, falling to the ground from a height of several hundred meters. Genshin's figure had unknowingly appeared where he had been standing, holding a flying snow sword dripping with heavenly god's blood. The interspatial ring on Huolien's finger also fell into Jianqin's hand. Huolien. Huolien. Huolien is dead. The young heavenly god from the Nanyun family stared blankly at this scene. His heart was in turmoil. Huolien's strength was on par with his. They were both in the early stage of the heavenly god realm. However, he was killed in a single exchange and did not even have the strength to fight back. Did this not mean that if the other party wanted to kill him, he would also not be able to escape? Not good. Run. The face of the god of the Nanyun clan instantly turned pale. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he had fled to the horizon. Linear lightning release. Jianqin was emotionless. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after the fleeing god. He caught up to the god of the Nanyun clan, who had already fled far away in a single instance. Under the god's stunned gaze, Jianqin pierced through his back and charged out through his chest. The god of the Nanyun clan grunted. His eyes widened as he stared at Jianqin, who had passed through his chest in shock. He was utterly terrified. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he had never seen such a terrifying sword art. Who are you? I'm a member of the Nanyun clan. You can't kill me, the god of the Nanyun clan said hoarsely. The god of the Nanyun clan said with a hoarse voice. On the surface, there was only a bowl-sized hole in his chest, but now that Jianqin had reached the great perfection of sword origin, his sword techniques were extremely powerful. Just a single strike was enough to make the early god of the Nanyun clan lose half of his life, losing the ability to continue fighting. You shouldn't have come here, Jianqin said coldly. He directly pierced the forehead of the god from the Nanyun clan, wiping out his soul. The arrival of the gods from the Hua family and the Nanyun clan made Jianqin realize that the news of the Divine King's dwelling had probably already spread. The two gods had probably come to investigate the truth of the matter. Once the news of the Divine King's jade was true, the powerful clans in the Dong province would definitely mobilize all their clans and come as quickly as possible. As a result, he could not leave the two of them behind to send a message to the Dong province. Jianqin took the space ring from the god of the Nanyun clan and flew towards Mo Ling. In the distance, Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the elders all stared at Jianqin in shock. They gained a deeper understanding of Jianqin's strength. Although they had all witnessed how Jianqin had crushed Lu Tian along the way, it was nowhere near as shocking as what had just happened. The god of the Hua family, Huolien, had actually been slain in a single strike. This was just far too shocking to them. Gods were equivalent to ancestors in this region. They were supreme peak experts, yet they could not even withstand a single blow from Jianqin. Even I feel envious of Jianqin's talent. Shunjian was the calmest person in the group. It could be said that he had personally witnessed Jianqin go from the weak holy emperor to where he was today. He knew just how terrifying Jianqin's talent was. It was not just in this life. Even in his past life, Jianqin's talent was unmatched. No one could match up to him. At such a young age, he was already invincible in the Jianghu. Yen has actually saved such a powerful person. She was filled with mixed feelings. Back then, she had strongly opposed Mo Yan's actions of saving Jianqin and Xinjian, but who would have thought that the two heavily injured people Mo Yan had saved would become the great benefactors of the Mo clan? The news of the Divine King's jade has probably been leaked. We need to hurry to the dwelling as soon as possible, Jianqin said to the people from the Mo clan and Ando Fu. There's no time to lose. Let's go right now. Mo Ling was stern as well. Afterwards, everyone immediately hurried towards the Divine King's dwelling. Before long, Jianqin's group arrived at the boundary between the Lu family, the Mo clan, and the Ando clan. This was an ancient mountain range that stretched for several tens of thousand kilometers. The origin energy here was rather thin, and a few weak magical beasts lived here. It did not seem like anything special on the surface, so very few people set foot in the mountain range. After arriving here, Mo Ling and Ando Fu instead became their guides. Jianchen and Shen Jian followed closely behind them, making their way into the depths of the mountain range. Behind them were the elders of the Mo clan and the Ando clan. In the depths of the mountain range, Mo Ling and Ando Fu stopped on an extremely ordinary-looking mountain with Jianchen and Shen Jian. Mo Ling said, "We're here. The entrance to the Divine King's dwelling is here. Let's gather the pieces of Duanmu Divine King's jade and open the entrance." Jianchen took out the 2 pieces of Duanmu Divine King's jade without any hesitation, while Mo Ling took out the piece from the Mo clan. The 3 pieces of Duanmu Divine King's jade hovered in the air as they radiated with a suffocating pressure of the soul. Even Jianchen, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu could not help but become stern before the pressure. The 3 pieces of Duanmu Divine King's jade fused together, forming a perfect piece of jade. It shone with an inky green light as a mysterious power radiated from the jade. It seemed to have fused with some sort of law, causing the space there to shake violently. Ripples formed in the air, blurring everyone's vision. Moreover, as the space trembled, a vast and terrifying energy ripple spread out, causing the clouds in the sky to quickly disperse. The entrance to the Divine King's dwelling was opening. "Stop!" At this moment, a bellow rang out from afar. 4 figures appeared in the distance, hurrying over as quickly as they could. Jianchen, Shen Jian, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu all looked over, and they became stern. "Oh no, they're from the Wainer clan," Mo Ling said sternly. Chapter 1729. 2 mid-gods and 2 early gods, Jianchen murmured to himself. He frowned as well. Afterwards, he glanced past the Divine King's dwelling that was currently opening. Clearly, it would take some time for the dwelling to open. What powerful pressure of the soul! Even my soul trembles before the pressure. It must be the jade pendant that contains a sliver of the power of the Divine King's soul. They're opening the Divine King's dwelling. Quick, quick, quick! Hurry up! We can't let them open the Divine King's dwelling. Once they enter, the dwelling will close. At that time, even if we know where the entrance is, we won't be able to enter without the key. We have to get the Divine King's jade no matter what. That's a complete piece of Duanmu Divine King's jade. Once it ends up in our hands, the legacy and belongings of the Divine King will belong to our Wainer clan. Heavens, that's the legacy of a supreme Divine King. Ha ha, the heavens have blessed our Wainer clan. They've actually given us such a great fortune. A Divine King will definitely appear in our Wainer clan in the future. The 4 old men of the Wainer clan stared at the God King's dwelling that was slowly opening up. Their eyes all became red as their hearts that had remained calm for who knows how many years began to thump uncontrollably at that moment. At that moment, excitement and other emotions filled their minds. In their eyes, the Divine King's jade was already theirs. This was because they could tell with a single glance that only Mo Ling and Ando Fu were gods, and they were early gods at that. On the other hand, their Wainer clan had 2 mid-gods and 2 early gods. The disparity in strength was so great that it could be described as a world of difference. Quick, charge over and kill them. Destroy the Mo clan and the Ando clan. Kill all of them. The Divine King's jade is ours. The eyes of the 4 ancestors of the Wainer clan burned with desire. Their faces had already become bright red from excessive excitement. Some of them could not help but laugh out wildly. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Xiao Yi that we were able to obtain the Divine King's jade. He was the one who told us that the Divine King's jade was real, which was why we were able to get here so quickly. As for the other clans in the Dong'an province, we would have already entered the Divine King's dwelling by the time they investigate the authenticity of the Divine King's jade. As for the clans, our Wainer clan will have a Divine King in the future. Rebuilding the clan will be a piece of cake. The 4 gods of the Wainer clan were ravished with joy. It was like a pie had fallen from the sky, landing right on their heads. However, what the three of them did not know was that the overgods of the Ando clan, Mo clan, and Lu family had already explored the Divine King's dwelling for many years. Not only were they unable to obtain the Divine King's legacy with their strength as overgods, but they had all died in there. The four gods of the Wainer clan moved extremely quickly, entering the depths of the mountain range in the blink of an eye. They were already close to Jianshan's group. Jianshan's gaze was piercing as he radiated with surging sword chi. When the four gods of the Wainer clan charged into the depths of the mountain range, he took a step forward as well, directly charging towards them. At the same time, he said without even looking back, "Keep opening up the dwelling. I'll stop them." When the four gods saw Jianshan charge over aggressively, their faces were filled with heavy killing intent. No matter who it was, they would kill anyone who stood in their way of obtaining the Divine King's jade, even if they were from the three most powerful clans in the Dong'an province. "Die if you stand in my way. Die. No one can stop me from obtaining the Divine King's jade. Where did you come from? Get out of my way." The four gods of the Wainer clan bellowed out. At that moment they had truly lost their minds. They did not care whether Jianshan was at the origin realm, godhood, or god. They struck out with their full strength without holding back at all, attacking Jianshan as hard as they could at the same time. They had almost lost their minds before the great temptation of the Divine King's legacy. The Divine King's legacy and the Divine King's treasures were both fatally attractive to mere gods like them. This was because the Divine King was an unreachable existence in their eyes. They could only look up to him, not to mention that he was a supreme Divine King who had ascended to the Divine King's throne. The four of them struck out as hard as they could. Powerful origin energy and the power of laws formed huge strands of sword chi. 4 strands of sword chi directly shot towards Jianshan with great might. Jianshan was stern. He dared not to be careless against 4 gods working together, not to mention that 2 of them were mid-gods. Although his comprehension of laws had surpassed the 4 of them, reaching late god, his personal cultivation was still a little lacking. He was only equivalent to a deity. Sky-severing strike. Jianshan raised the flying snow sword high above his head. Accompanied by the fluttering snow, the flying snow sword shone with a huge streak of light that was several hundred meters long as it directly swung down. With the swing of the sword, an invisible sword domain silently formed. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The 4 gods of the Wainer clan were surprised. They all felt a very great threat from Jianshan's strike. The 2 early gods in particular felt the greatest threat. Boom! The streak of light landed heavily on the sword chi from the 4 ancestors of the Wainer clan, immediately erupting with a great boom. Terrifying ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The entire world seemed to shake violently. The elders of the Mo clan and the Ando clan were all forced back by the powerful ripples of energy. None of them were able to stabilize themselves. Only Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and Xin Jian remained where they were. However, the slowly opening dwelling of the Divine King was not affected at all. Clearly, the ripples of energy were nowhere near enough to shake up the formations outside the dwelling. Jianshan drifted back several meters as well. He hovered in the air emotionlessly with the flying snow sword in hand. The violent streams of energy slammed into his body, causing his clothes to ruffle and his hair to dance wildly. The 4 gods of the Wainer clan all came to a halt before him. The 2 early gods in particular staggered backwards, only stabilizing themselves with great difficulty after retreating 100 meters away. Jianshan's sword technique could pose a great threat to any one of them. It could even heavily injure or even kill an early god with a single strike. However, the 4 of them were only able to reach a stalemate when they worked together. Chapter 1730. The 4 gods of the Wainer clan all stared at Jianshan in shock. Originally, they only paid attention to Mo Ling and Ando Fu. Although they had also seen Jianshan, they did not treat him with any importance. This was because they could already tell that it was impossible for Jianshan to be a god. When Jianshan charged towards the four of them in an attempt to stop them from approaching the Divine King's dwelling, the four gods of the Wainer clan still did not treat him with any importance. However, Jianshan's attempt to stop them had roused their intense killing intent, which was why the four of them struck out furiously. They wanted to eliminate everything that stood in their way of obtaining the Divine King's jade in the most decisive manner possible. Originally, they believed that Jianshan would definitely be obliterated by their full-powered attack. However, they never thought that not only would Jianshan survive, but he would even be on par with the four of them. This shocked them all. "Sir, who are you?" one of the gods of the Wainer clan asked coldly. A vicious light flickered through his eyes. His name was Wainer Sin, one of the two mid-gods of the Wainer clan. Jianshan stood with his sword as he stared at the four gods of the Wainer clan emotionlessly. He said coldly, "Who I am is not important. Please return." "Ha ha, you don't have the ability to make the four of us return," Wainer Sin laughed aloud. Wei Nathan laughed aloud as extremely heavy killing intent filled his eyes. They had to obtain God King Duanmu's jade. No one could stop them today. "You want to take the Divine King's jade for yourself? Dream on. Kill." The other mid-god of the Wainer clan, Wainer T, said coldly. With that, a huge two-handed sword appeared in his hand. It shone with an earthen yellow light. He swung the sword and directly swung it towards Jianshan with the power of the laws of earth. At the same time, Wainer Sun moved as well. A huge, double-edged axe appeared in his hand, flickering with black light. The power of laws intertwined around the double-edged axe as well. With a bellow, the double-edged axe immediately swung towards Jianshan's head as a streak of black light. When the double-edged axe swung out, the space before him suddenly rippled. The space actually became heavy at that moment, as if it was about to solidify. Jianshan felt his body suddenly sink as if he was carrying a towering mountain on his back. He became extremely heavy. Even the flying snow sword in his hand had become extremely heavy. His clothes were stuck to his skin now, becoming countless times heavier than steel. The laws of gravity? Jianshan thought. Chaotic force surged within him, pushing the power of chaotic force to the limit. At the same time, streaks of light rapidly gathered in the surroundings, forming a dazzling protective streak of light around Jianshan in a single instance. It cut through space and blocked the laws of gravity. The flying snow sword stabbed out with blinding golden light. Sword chi surged into the sky as the resplendent light illuminated the surroundings. It was as dazzling as the sun. Daluo sword. With a great boom, the laws of gravity that permeated the surroundings collapsed. Terrifying ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the mountains to shake. Scattered strands of golden sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing through mountain after mountain. Wainer T and Wainer Sen's bodies shook violently. They couldn't control themselves and flew away. Their expressions were solemn. Jian Chen's body swayed as well. He retreated several meters uncontrollably as his clothes became slightly disheveled. Wainer T and Wainer Sen's attacks were even more powerful than before. Gravity domain. Wainer Sen bellowed out. His soul fused with the surroundings, connecting with the laws of the world. Strands of the laws of gravity gathered around him before expanding as a streak of black light. It formed a domain that enveloped Jianshan. Wainer Sun immediately became like a fish in water within the domain. His battle prowess skyrocketed. Earth Palm. Wainer T wielded his sword in one hand as he formed a seal with the other. He pointed at the ground below, and with that, the ground below immediately withered. The mountains that were originally filled with life began to wither at a visible rate, becoming barren, yellow mountains. Strands of visible energy rapidly gathered from the ground, condensing into a hazy piece of land behind Wainer T. With a rumble, it directly slammed toward Jianshan. Jianshan protected himself with a streak of light. He shone with dazzling light, and only a blurry figure could be seen. He stood within the gravity domain as he engaged in an intense battle with the two mid-gods, Wainer T and Wainer Senator. His battle intent surged as his sword chi surged, causing the gravity domain to constantly distort. It shook violently as if it could shatter at any time. Wainer Sin did his best to maintain the gravity domain as he used battle skills and secret techniques to engage in an intense battle with Jianshin. Wainer T erupted with all his strength as well. He used various battle skills and secret techniques as well, causing the surroundings to collapse. The other two gods of the Wainer clan did not take part in the battle with Jianshin. Their eyes burned with desire as they charged towards Mo Ling and Ando Fu as quickly as they could. They wanted to take the divine King Duanmu's jade. Mo Ling and Ando Fu's expressions changed slightly. The two of them had participated in the battle between the three clans earlier, so they were both injured. Dealing with deities was no issue, but they were definitely not the opponent of gods. Ando Fu, in particular, had been injured by Jianshin's linear lightning release, so his wounds had become even more severe. He struggled to unleash even 50% of his strength as an early god. Boom! Suddenly there was a great rumble. Wainer Sen's gravity domain was finally shattered. The moment the domain shattered, Wainer Sen's presence rapidly weakened as well. He spurted out a mist of blood from his mouth, suffering an extremely powerful backlash. Jianshin immediately charged over. He swung the flying snow sword and two strands of powerful sword chi shot out, stopping the two early gods of the Wainer clan. However, at this moment Jianshin sensed danger. He suddenly turned around and stabbed out without any hesitation. Behind him, a black streak of light shot out from Wainer Ti's hand with lightning speed, shooting towards Jianshin silently. Although Jianshin's flying snow sword had struck the black streak of light with great precision, it split the black streak of light in half. The two streaks of light did not slow down at all, stabbing into Jianshin's body at a speed that Jianshin was unable to dodge. Even with the protection of his sword chi, he was unable to stop it. Jianshin immediately felt intense pain from his body, as well as waves of numbness. His skin actually turned black at a visible rate. It's poison. Jianshin shivered inside. His chaotic Niden spat out strands of chaotic force as he tried his best to suppress the spread of the poison. Chapter 1731. Even if I'm poisoned, it's still enough to keep you outside, Jianshin said coldly. Jianshin said coldly. He stood tall and majestic, giving off the feeling that he could hold back 10,000 enemies all by himself. Behind, the formation around the Divine King had finally been activated. A space gate ripped open in space, and it was chaotic inside. Nothing could be seen clearly. Brother Jianshin, come in quick. Mo Ling's voice rang out from afar. The eyes of the four gods of the Wainer clan burned with desire as well. At that moment, the four of them no longer cared about Jianshin. They directly made their way around Jianshin and charged towards the Divine King's dwelling as quickly as they could. Even with the backlash, the heavily injured Wainer Sin ignored the worsening of his wounds. He used a secret technique and charged towards the dwelling as quickly as he could. With me here, none of you will be able to enter the dwelling, Jianshin said coldly. He suppressed the poison within him and blocked their path. A great battle erupted between the two sides once again. However, even though Jianshin was poisoned, his strength did not weaken at all. His battle prowess was still extremely great. He managed to keep the four gods of the Wainer clan busy all by himself, and under Jianshin's storm-like attacks, the four of them were unable to approach the Divine King's dwelling. Instead, they moved further and further away from the entrance. Spurt! Spurt! The two sides clashed with lightning speed. After a dozen or so exchanges, the two early gods of the Wainer clan were heavily injured by Jianshin. They constantly vomited blood. Only the two mid-gods, Wainer T and Wainer Sin, continued to clash with Jianshin in the air. With deafening booms, violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, tearing apart the clouds and overturning the mountains. The ancient mountain range was reduced to a mess. Behind them, the elders of the Mo clan and Lu family had all entered the Divine King's dwelling. Only Mo Ling and Ando Fu remained outside. The light in Ando Fu's eyes flickered as he watched Jianchen battle the four gods of the Wainer clan. He became hesitant. At this moment, he had clearly developed some thoughts. After all, if he entered the dwelling and closed it, Jianchen would not be able to do anything to him from outside. However, as soon as he thought about Jianchen's terrifying speed, he shivered inside. In the end, he slowly gave up on the bold idea. This was because he knew that even if he entered the Divine King's dwelling, it would be impossible for him to obtain anything. He had never even considered the Divine King's legacy because even the three overgods had failed to obtain it in the past, let alone a puny early god like him. Jianchen was already covered in blood, making him seem like a bloodied person. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries from the vicious battle against the four gods of the Wainer clan. In particular, he was about to lose control of the poison in his body. It had already spread through his body, and wherever the poison passed by, he would experience heart-wrenching pain before becoming numb. It was as if Jianchen could no longer control where he had been poisoned. What a powerful poison! Jianchen's heart sank slightly. He asked Mo Ling secretly, "Brother Mo Ling, how long will it take for the entrance to the Divine King's dwelling to close?" 3 seconds, Mo Ling replied as well. "All right, you two go in first and close the dwelling. I'll come in after 3 seconds," Jianchen replied secretly. Mo Ling hesitated slightly. He made up his mind and entered the dwelling with Ando Fu. At the same time, he stowed away the Divine King's jade. Without the support of the Divine King's jade, the entrance to the dwelling immediately began to close slowly. It had already begun to close. No! The four gods of the Wainer clan were covered in blood as well. They all cried out and were filled with reluctance. Madness filled their faces as they charged towards the entrance of the dwelling. "Piss off!" Jianchen bellowed out. He stopped the four of them firmly, preventing them from approaching the dwelling. "Don't stop me. Let me in. I want to enter the dwelling, sir. Why must you force us? Why don't we all work together and enter the dwelling together to obtain the fortuitous encounters? Who knows, we might even be able to help each other. Let us into the dwelling, and the four of us will owe you a favor. We'll do anything for you in the future." The four gods of the Wainer clan were extremely panicked, but they could not break free from Jianchen's entanglement. They all offered their conditions. By now, 2 seconds had passed. 2/3 of the entrance to the Divine King's dwelling had already closed. Jianchen was unfazed. He stabbed out with the flying snow sword with lightning speed. At the cost of adding a few more wounds to his body, he forced the four gods of the Wainer clan, who were on the brink of insanity, back several thousand meters. The entrance to the Divine King's dwelling grew smaller and smaller. "No, no, no. Let me in. Don't stop me. Let me in. We already know where the entrance to the dwelling is. If you don't let us in, we'll announce it to the world, unless you hide in the dwelling forever. That's right. If you don't let us in, we won't let you have it easy either. Once the news of the entrance to the dwelling is announced, there'll definitely be experts gathered here. Once you come out, you'll be dead for sure." The gods of the Wainer clan roared furiously. Their eyes were bloodshot, filled with great reluctance and resentment. By now, the entrance to the Divine King's dwelling had already shrunk to the size of half a person. When he heard their words, Jianchen frowned. He turned around and glanced at the dwelling that was about to close. He unleashed a strand of Daluo sword chi to force the four of them back. Then, he unleashed the linear lightning release. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the dwelling the moment it was about to close. The moment he entered the dwelling, he could vaguely hear the furious roars of the four gods of the Wainer clan. The dwelling closed, and the surroundings returned to peace very soon. From the outside, it was very difficult to imagine that there was a space gate leading to the Divine King's dwelling hidden here. The 4 gods of the Wainer clan were filled with resentment. Their faces were completely sunken. They immediately announced the location of God King Duanmu's dwelling as quickly as they could, immediately causing a great uproar in the Dong-un province. After all, the news came from the ancestor of the Wainer clan. Without a doubt, it directly confirmed that the news of the Divine King's dwelling was true. It was not a rumor made up by some meddlesome people. At this moment, all the powerful clans in the Dong-un province could no longer sit still. All the gods swarmed out, hurrying to the dwelling as quickly as they could. At the same time, the matter rapidly spread to the other provincial cities of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. In an extremely short amount of time, it reached the 36 provinces, the royal city, and even the vast territory outside the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. It caused a huge uproar. In a short amount of time, gods had already gathered at the entrance to the Divine King's dwelling. Several dozen gods surrounded the place, and the number of gods rapidly increased. More and more of them appeared, reaching the triple digits very soon. At this moment, a terrifying presence that made all the gods present tremble crushed down from the sky. A hunchbacked old man slowly descended from the sky with a dragon-headed cane in his hand. He radiated with a presence of supremacy. Over-God! Heavens, an over-God has arrived so quickly. Chapter 1732. With the arrival of the hunchbacked old man, the noisy scene immediately became quiet. At this moment, everyone's gazes were all gathered on the hunchbacked old man with the dragon-headed cane. Their gazes were all filled with reverence and fear. As for the deities and origin realm cultivators in the surroundings, they were forced to retreat rapidly from the tremendous presence the hunchbacked old man gave off. All of their faces had become rather pale. The great disparity in strength made it difficult for them to breathe just from the presence the hunchbacked old man gave off. They felt like a mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel suffocated. At that moment, the hunchbacked old man became the center of attention. He seems to be the ancestor of the greatest clan in the frigid snow province, the Yubing clan, that's right. Although I've never seen the ancestor of the Yubing clan, I've seen his portrait in the past. He is indeed the ancestor of the Yubing clan, the reason why the frigid snow province can become one of the 5 most powerful provincial cities in our divine kingdom of Pingtian is because of the existence of the Yubing clan. Because the Yubing clan possesses an over-god ancestor, their status in the divine kingdom of Pingtian is supreme. All the gods in the surroundings conversed secretly. None of them dared to speak loudly, including the 3 most powerful clans in the Dong-un province. The hunchbacked old man moved through the empty space with his dragon-headed cane. His powerful senses of the soul that belonged to an over-god swept through the region time and time again. He searched every inch of the land, not missing any corner. The old man's senses of the soul were arrogant and forceful. He did not try to hide it at all. When he expanded his senses, everyone present felt a great pressure. A few origin realm cultivators who had not reached godhood even felt like their souls were being ripped apart. They immediately retreated in fright, leaving the mountain range far away. An over-god is actually so powerful. Just the senses of his soul are enough to make me feel pressured. Is this the strength of an over-god? It's actually so terrifying. Over-gods really do make people yearn for them. I wonder if I'll be able to become an over-god one day. Many heavenly deities were secretly shocked, and they became even more fearful of the hunchbacked old man. A while later, the hunchbacked old man withdrew his soul. His old eyes flickered with a threatening light as he stared at the space before him and sighed in amazement, as expected of the divine king's dwelling after all. It's actually hidden so well. Even old man found it difficult to notice anything even when he was standing near the entrance. The hunchbacked old man swept his gaze over the surrounding heavenly gods and spoke in an ancient voice. Does anyone know the exact location of the divine King Duanmu's cave abode? The mid-god of the Wainer clan, Wainer T, immediately flew over and bowed politely to the hunchbacked old man. After reporting his clan, he pointed at the entrance and said, "Senior, the entrance is here. I personally saw the people of the Mo clan and the Ando clan enter the dwelling from here." The hunchbacked old man arrived at the location Wayne T pointed at with a single step. He pointed the dragon-headed cane in his hand into the air. With this point, all the gods present felt an extremely terrifying energy strike the void, causing everyone's expression to change. Although the hunchbacked old man's attack was not aimed at them directly, they could feel the terror of this attack from the side. If it hit them, even if they were mid-gods, they would be annihilated. After the hunchbacked old man's attack, the void was still the same as before. Apart from the chaotic origin energy, there was no other abnormality. What a brilliant method! Old man can't find the entrance to the cave. The entire cave has been completely hidden in the void. It's impossible to detect it from the outside. The hunchbacked old man frowned. Jianshin, the people of the Mo clan, and the Ando clan gathered together in the dwelling. They stood at the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling, but it had already been sealed up. They could only open it again through the Divine King's jade. "Brother Jianshin, are you fine?" Mo Ling arrived before Jianshin and asked in concern. Jianshin had already been dyed red with blood. Most of the skin hidden under his blood-red robes had turned black. The poison had spread through his body even more severely. He seemed like he was about to lose control. After all, this was a poison that could kill late gods. Even overgods would find it troublesome. If it were not for the fact that Jianshin cultivated the chaotic body, which made his body extraordinarily tough, he probably would have been reduced to a puddle of pus long ago. Jianshin shook his head. "The poison is intense, but it's not enough to kill me. I need to expel the poison from my body immediately." With that, Jianshin sat down and circulated his chaotic force as hard as he could to fend off the poison. Shen Jian and Mo Ling immediately stood guard over Jianshin. The two of them stared at Ando Fu cautiously. Clearly, Ando Fu was the person they worried about the most. Ando Fu also understood that he was not trusted, so he walked to one side and sat down in an extremely sensible manner. He continued to recover from his wounds. The Ando family's deity, realm elders, also gathered around Ando Fu. Ando Fu's fear for Jianshin had reached the limit. Even though his sneak attack on Jianshin would probably be extremely effective, he had already lost the courage to do so. This was because he knew that even though Jianshin was forcing out the poison, he did not lower his guard against the outside world at all. As soon as he struck, he would probably be slain mercilessly by Jianshin. Shin Jian also sat nearby and continued to recover from his wounds. However, he did not lower his guard against the outside world at all. "Everyone, rest up first. The Divine King's dwelling is extremely dangerous. Remember not to move around alone," Mo Ling said to the elders of the Mo clan before standing guard by Jianshin's side. Under Jianshin's full suppression, the poison within him was brought under control very quickly. The poison that had spread across a small portion of his body began to retreat under the pressure of the chaotic force. At the same time, strands of essence that possessed some chaotic force surged out from Jianshin's essence blood, flesh, and bones. They began to surround and purge the poison. Although Jianshin's chaotic force was still weak right now and could not be regarded as true chaotic force, where its power was far inferior to true chaotic force, the level of chaotic force was still there after all. The poison that could kill late gods was naturally not its opponent. Around an hour later, Jianshin's eyes snapped open. He extended a finger towards the ground, and immediately, a ball of black poison shot out from his finger. When the poison came in contact with the tough stone floor, it sizzled. A small hole actually melted through the stone floor at a visible rate. "Brother Jianshin, you forced out the poison so quickly?" Mo Ling, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was shocked. This was a poison that could kill a late-stage heavenly god. Chapter 1733. Hearing Jianshin's words, Mo Ling immediately praised Jianshin. His eyes were filled with admiration. Ando Fu, who sat nearby, opened his eyes as well. He glanced at Jianchen and murmured inside, "Just where does this kid come from? Even poison that can kill gods poses no threat to him. I don't believe he's an overgod. Although I can sense that his comprehension of laws has surpassed mine when I fought him, he doesn't seem to be a god. There really isn't a single strand of origin energy in God King Duanmu's dwelling. I can only replenish it with divine crystals, various pills, and heavenly resources," Jianchen sighed. Jianchen looked around and murmured. He had already guessed that the origin energy here had probably been isolated by the formations in the dwelling. Although there was no origin energy here, Jianchen could sense the radiant saint force that filled the surroundings. Radiant saint force and origin energy were two completely different types of energy. Any origin realm cultivator or even sainthood cultivator could sense origin energy, but only radiant saint masters could sense radiant saint force. The formations in the divine King Duanmu's dwelling could isolate origin energy, but they could not isolate radiant saint force. Cultivating radiant saint force here is not a bad choice, but it's clearly not a good time to do so right now. My battle prowess as a fighter is no longer enough to fear mid-gods, but my comprehension of radiant saint force is only equivalent to the Holy Emperor. Even if I can make some improvements here, I won't be able to threaten gods in a short amount of time. Aside from that, my usage of radiant saint force remains at the level of a lower world. Even if my radiant saint force breaks through, it won't be able to form a powerful battle prowess, Jianchen thought. He stopped thinking about radiant saint force and focused on healing. As he healed, Jianchen completely relied on the advantage of the chaotic body to heal himself. He did not use radiant saint force at all. Clearly, he did not want to expose his identity as a radiant saint master before Mo Ling and Ando Fu. Several hours later, Jianchen had made a full recovery, while Shun Jian had only recovered a third of his wounds after ingesting Mo Ling's pills. After all, he had been healing for far too short a time. After recovering, Jianchen began to count his spoils this time. He basically possessed all the wealth of the Ando clan and Lu family, as well as the space rings of the two gods from the Hua family and Nanyun clans. All the low-grade divine crystals add up to almost 10 million, and there are several tens of thousands of mid-grade divine crystals. There are actually even more high-grade divine crystals than mid-grade divine crystals, reaching 200,000. Looks like the Lu family has mined them all recently. Jianchen's eyes were filled with joy. Even he was rather excited by the amount of divine crystals. These divine crystals should be enough for Xinjian to break through to late deity. Now that they were trapped in the divine king's dwelling, he did not know what was going on outside, but he knew without even thinking that experts had gathered. The entire entrance to the divine king's dwelling had been surrounded. Under such a severe situation, it was obviously better for them to be as powerful as possible. There are many cultivation methods and battle skills, as well as some comprehension from gods. There are even quite a few pills. There are recovery pills and healing pills. What's this? Jianchen's eyes narrowed. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle silently appeared in his hand. To no surprise, there was a note on the bottle that read 100-Year God Origin Pills. Brother Jianchen, these are pills that can increase cultivation. They're even effective on gods. There are a total of 3 grades, which are 100-Year God Origin Pills, 1,000-Year God Origin Pills, and 10,000-Year God Origin Pills. They can increase your cultivation by 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years respectively. The 100-Year God Origin Pills in Brother Jianchen's possession can directly increase your cultivation by 100 years. Every single one of them is quite valuable. However, the effects of these pills are tough and extremely forceful. If you're careless, the forceful effects can even cause you to become heavily injured from the backlash. At the same time, consuming these pills will result in very severe side effects. If you consume too many of them, your foundation will become unstable, Mo Ling explained to Jianchen. Clearly, he understood the pills extremely well. A strange light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. He opened the bottle without any hesitation and discovered that there were actually 10 pills inside. The 10 pills can increase your cultivation by 1,000 years in total. It's equivalent to a second-grade violet cloud peach. However, these God Origin pills are 10,000-year-old. A 10,000-year God Origin pill is even more effective than a 9th-grade violet cloud peach, Jianchen thought. Although the 100-year God Origin pills were not very useful to him, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to him if he could find a 10,000-year God Origin pill. The energy within a single 10,000-year God Origin pill was equivalent to a cultivator absorbing the origin energy of the world over 10,000 years. However, people with different aptitudes would naturally be able to absorb different amounts of source energy in 10,000 years depending on the cultivation method they cultivated and the environment they were in. For example, the amount of source energy that a person with average aptitude could absorb after 10,000 years of bitter cultivation might only be equivalent to 100 years of hard work for a person with heaven-defying aptitude. If compared to some geniuses, this amount of time would be even shorter. After all, the amount of years that pills could increase cultivation was only a measurement. It did not mean that it could increase everyone's cultivation by 10,000 years. Brother Mo Ling, may I ask where I can find 10,000-year God Origin pills? Jianchen asked. There's a 10,000-year God Origin pill in the royal capital. It's said that the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian brought it back from another divine kingdom, and it's always been auctioned off in the royal capital. It's a pity that it hasn't been sold for several tens of thousand years. Firstly, it's just too expensive, and secondly, no one dares to consume it. God Origin pills are known for their toughness, especially 10,000-year God Origin pills. The backlash is even more terrifying. People are afraid that not only will they fail to increase their strength after consuming the pill, but they might even explode, said Mo Ling. 10,000-year God Origin pills. Jianchen thought. He had already made up his mind. He would definitely find a way to exchange for as many 10,000-year God Origin pills as soon as he left this place. Perhaps 10,000-year God Origin pills were poison to other people, but they were definitely nourishment to Jianchen, who cultivated the chaotic body. Great nourishment! He was not afraid of the backlash from the pill at all. As for the destruction of his foundation, he completely ignored it. After going through the items, Jianchen gave a portion of the divine crystals to the people of the Ando clan and Mo clan. He left the rest to Xinjian. He even gave all the healing and recovery pills to Xinjian. In the dwelling, the pills would be more beneficial to Xinjian than to him. As for the Ando clan, Jianchen treated them all the same. In the God King's dwelling, every additional person was an additional source of strength. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. Jianchen was in no hurry to explore the Divine King's jade. Even 3 overgods had died in the dwelling, so it would be difficult for him to protect himself with his current strength. As a result, he needed to increase his strength as much as possible and give Xinjian time to break through at the same time. Jianchen took out 2 formation discs he had found in the space rings of the gods of the Nanyun clan and Hua family. He tossed one to Xinjian and used the other for himself. He cast down a defensive formation that could block several attacks from gods without being destroyed. Afterwards, he sat down in the formation and prepared to condense a second strand of profound sword chi. Formation discs were extremely common treasures in the saints' world. They were created by a few formation masters who would inscribe formations onto them. Regardless of whether you knew the formations or not, all you needed to do was take out the formation disc and activate the formations on it. It could be used to defend or kill enemies. Jianchen, when do you plan on entering the dwelling? Just as Jianchen was about to condense the second strand of profound sword chi, Fairy Haoyue's voice suddenly rang out. Fairy Haoyue, you know that I'm rather weak right now. If I enter the dwelling in a hurry, I'll probably end up dead. As a result, I need to increase my strength, replied Jianchen. He had entered the dwelling in such a hurry because of Fairy Haoyue. Rather than saying that he wanted to enter the dwelling, it would be more accurate to say that Fairy Haoyue wanted to enter the dwelling. Jianchen, I'll go scout the area first and see if there's any fortuitous encounter that can allow me to recover my body. Once you emerge, you only need to attack a formation in the dwelling and I'll return immediately. I'll lead the way for you, said Fairy Haoyue. Afterwards, her illusionary soul drifted out as well, condensing into an illusionary figure before Jianchen. Fairy Haoyue, are you familiar with the Divine King's dwelling? And there are quite a few formations in the Divine King's dwelling. Even overgods can die, so in your current state? Jianchen asked in concern. A sliver of disdain appeared on Fairy Haoyue's face. She said, I don't take the formations here seriously at all, unless this kid called Duanmu has reached the pinnacle of mastery in formations. Jianchen, don't look down on me. Although I'm only a soul and can't even defeat an Origin Realm expert in an open battle, I can come and go as I please here. Kid? Jianchen had no idea whether to laugh or cry when he heard Fairy Haoyue refer to Duanmu as the Divine King. Fairy Haoyue left by herself with that. She passed control of the Bright Moon Divine Hall to Jianchen. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to refine a perfect body, why would I be a soul right now? There's no hope for a high-grade divine crystal mine for now. I hope the things in the dwelling don't disappoint me. Chapter 1734. Afterwards, Jianchen entered seclusion and formally began to condense the second strand of profound sword qi. Not only had his battle prowess increased after his comprehension of the laws of the sword reached the great perfection of sword origin, but his various sword techniques had become much more powerful as well. Even the power of the first strand of profound sword qi had obviously increased as well. In the past, his first strand of profound sword qi had almost killed the ancestor of the Liu family. At that time, his profound sword qi could only pose a lethal threat to early gods. If he faced mid-gods, he would probably only be able to heavily injure them at most. However, now that his comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached the great perfection of sword origin, he was confident that he could directly slay mid-gods with the first strand of profound sword qi even without condensing the second strand of profound sword qi. If he condensed the second strand of profound sword qi and used them together, he would even be able to kill late gods in a single strike. At that time, no one below Overgod would be able to threaten him. Within when Jianchen entered seclusion, Mo Ling and Ando Fu entered seclusion as well. They comprehended the laws of the world in hopes of reaching mid-god. The two of them were both at the peak of mid-god, so the origin energy within them had reached a state of saturation. As a result, they did not need to absorb origin energy at all. They only needed to comprehend the laws they had comprehended. Once their comprehension of the laws of the world improved, they would reach mid-god. Otherwise, they would forever be stuck at the early heavenly god stage. As they entered seclusion, the elders of the Mo clan and the Ando clan all sat down as well. They all entered seclusion. They had entered this place several times already, so they understood the dangers of this place. To outsiders who did not know anything, the divine King Duanmu's dwelling was a great treasure trove, but to them who were familiar with this place, it was a graveyard. As a result, they did not dare to move about recklessly without the guidance of their ancestors. A few days later, Shen Jian's injuries were completely healed. However, he didn't come out of seclusion immediately. Instead, he took out divine crystals and started cultivating. Jianchen had basically given all the divine crystals he had obtained to Shen Jian. Even the high-grade divine crystals he had given to the Patriarch to recharge the protective formations were returned to Shen Jian. Now, Shen Jian possessed a large number of divine crystals of various grades. he had more than enough to break through to late deity. More and more gods had gathered outside divine King Duanmu's dwelling after a few days. They were no longer limited to the Dong'an province. Basically over 80% of the gods in the 36 provinces of the divine kingdom of Pingtian had arrived. Many gods from other divine kingdoms were still on their way. Perhaps the divine King Duanmu's dwelling was not attractive to other divine kings, but it was extremely attractive to gods and overgods. In particular, the overgods were extremely interested in the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. They all hoped that they could obtain the fortune that would allow them to reach divine King Duanmu's dwelling. The overgod from the Yubing clan of the frigid snow province had always lingered around the entrance of the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. He tried various methods in an attempt to enter the dwelling. Even though he had failed so far, he did not give up. "Bing Lu, you've come quite quickly." Suddenly, an old voice boomed out. As the voice passed by, the powerful sound waves caused the mountains to tremble. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked over step by step with a sword on his back. He radiated with surging sword qi, which was sharp and brutal. He did not move quickly, but with each step, he could cross a great distance. With just a few steps, he arrived before the ancestor of the Yubing clan. It's the ancestor of the Ling family of the sword-seeking province, Ling Hogong. Heavens, another overgod has come. Ling Hogong is one of the founding members of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. It's said that Ling Hogong waged war everywhere with the divine king in the past, creating the vast territory of the divine kingdom of Pingtian in the end. Afterwards, the divine king gave a region to Ling Hogong, making it one of the 36 provinces of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. The sword-seeking province. Ling Hogong spent his entire life studying the way of the sword. He was infatuated with the sword, so the name of the provincial city was changed to the sword-seeking province. The Ling family that Ling Hogong founded is the sky of the sword-seeking province. The entire provincial city is under the absolute rule of the Ling family. At the same time, there is no need to pay tribute to the royal city. It's all because Ling Hogong is one of the founding members of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. There are over a dozen overgods in our divine kingdom of Pingtian, but the number of people who can enjoy the same treatment as Ling Hogong can be counted on a single hand. The hunchbacked old man with the dragon-headed cane raised his eyes and glanced at Ling Hogong. He said steadily, "So what if he's early?" He's still stopped at the entrance. The divine King Duanmu really is impressive. Even when he stands before the entrance, he can't enter. I think the divine King Duanmu's dwelling must be hidden in outer space, and the entrance is protected by a powerful formation. However, since there's a formation, it should react once it's attacked. "Let me try," said Ling Hogong. With the clear thrum of a sword, the sword on his back had already been drawn. Ling Hogong gripped the sword with one hand and his presence changed. The huge figure of a sword seemed to condense around him, and he directly swung it forward. Ling Hogong's comprehension of the laws of the sword had surpassed sword origin and reached sword spirit. The strike caused the origin energy to become chaotic. The surroundings were filled with sharp sword qi, and even the air seemed to become sharp at that moment. The gods gathered in the surroundings all retreated. Although Ling Hogong's strike had struck outer space, the sharp sword qi that permeated the surroundings still made them shiver. However, Ling Hogong still failed to find the entrance to the divine King Duanmu's dwelling after his strike. As a matter of fact, he did not even cause the formation to pulse at all. The entrance is hidden far too well. "There's nothing I can do," Ling Hogong sighed gently. If it were not for the fact that Bing Lu was here and he had already confirmed the location of the entrance, he would have even believed that this was an ordinary space. "Ha ha ha, none of you have entered. It looks like we're not too late." At this moment, another great voice rang out. 3 figures rapidly approached from afar. The tremendous presences they gave off had all reached the level of overgods. Feng Buell, Gohan Shui, Eugene, you've come just in time. See if you can open the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. Ling Hogong's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked. The three figures were the overgods from the other three provinces of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. They were Feng Buell from the Feng family, Gohan Shui from the Gohan family, and Eugene from the Yu family. Chapter 1735. Feng Buell's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He circled around the entrance of the divine king's dwelling a few times and immediately showed interest. He said, "The entrance is hidden in space. That's indeed a great method." Even Old Man struggled to see through it with his eyes. However, Old Man just happens to have some understanding of the way of formations, so we can give it a try. At the same time, in a bustling city in the neighboring divine kingdom of Qingyang, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s strolled through the streets with a fan in his hand. The corner of the young man's lips was slightly curled, giving off a sense of disdain. He looked around with interest, as if everything around him was new to him. Behind the young man was a burly man who seemed to be in his 30s. He followed the young man closely. The burly man seemed extremely ordinary. He did not give off any presence at all. He seemed just like an ordinary person. The outside world is so colorful. Just walking around this street has broadened this young master's mind and opened his eyes. It's not like back in the family, where I see the same faces over and over again all day long. Looking at them makes this young master's eyes annoyed. This time, this young master risked his life to pass the trial. Those old fogies in the family finally allowed this young master to come out and gain experience. This time, this young master will definitely play around outside and turn the heavens and earth upside down. Unless those old fogies summon me, this young master will definitely not go. The young man played with the folding fan in his hand. His deep emotions became extremely excited. "Young master, you've come out to train, not to play," reminded the burly man behind him. "Uncle Qin, isn't training just playing? Isn't playing also training? Isn't it all the same?" The young man said rather unhappily. "Young master, of course it's not the same," the burly man said seriously. Before he could finish speaking, the young man with the folding fan waved his hand and said, all right. Uncle Qin, I understand, all right? Let me have a good stroll first, and then I'll go train." At this moment, a luxurious carriage with 9 strange beasts leading the way quickly made its way through the street. The expressions of all the people on the sides of the street changed when they saw the carriage. They moved out of the way in a hurry. In particular, some of the more beautiful women on the sides of the street paled in fright. As if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, they all fled as quickly as they could. At this moment, a golden rope extended out of the carriage. It was divided into over a dozen segments, wrapping around the women in a single moment. As the women cried out, they were quickly pulled into the carriage. Without any exception, the women who had been bound were the most beautiful people there. The young master of the Mo family has come out to look for toys again. Sigh, these women sure are unlucky to have ended up in the young master's hands. Who knows how many women the young master of the Mo family has defiled in the past few years. All the women he's taken away have never appeared in the outside world again. I wonder what happened to them. It's all because the Mo family reigns supreme in the Blue River province. No one dares to offend the Mo family in the Lanha province. After all, the Mo family is one of the 5 most powerful provinces in the divine kingdom of Qingyang. On both sides of the street, many passers-by were discussing in low voices, mixed with voices of pity for those women. The young master of the Mo family had openly abducted people on the streets, but no one stood forward. If they really did that, only death would await them. Let go of my sister." A child who looked no more than 10 years old ran towards the carriage. His childish face was filled with panic. "You're looking to die." A cold voice rang out from the carriage. The person was nowhere to be seen, but a whip lashed out from the carriage, striking the child like he was a child. The child had only just embarked on the path of cultivation. He was not even an Earth Saint Master, so he would definitely die if he was struck by the whip. The young man's eyes narrowed when he saw this. With a clap, he closed his fan and directly pointed it at the whip from afar. Immediately, a powerful strand of origin energy shot out, knocking the whip aside. "How dare you? Who dares to obstruct me? Are you tired of living?" An arrogant voice rang out from the carriage. The young man with the fan in his hand walked out unhurriedly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He flapped the fan in his hand and said with a cynical smile on his face, "You dare to call yourself a young master in front of this young master? You are quite bold. The one who is tired of living should be you. How dare you talk back to me? Men, kill him!" The young master of the Mo family's voice rang out from the carriage. The guards who were guarding around the carriage immediately swarmed up and rushed toward the young man, who was holding a folding fan with a murderous look on their faces. The corner of the young man's lips curled into a sliver of disdain. He said, "How dare you disrespect me? How dare you kill a good girl in public? How dare you kill her? How dare you attack a young child? How dare you kill her?" The young man spread his fingers and unfurled the fan in his hand. He directly swung it at the carriage. Whoosh! With a wave of the fan, flames immediately rose up. The waves of fire surged into the sky as the fan surged with flames, turning into a fierce fire dragon that enveloped the guards and the carriage that had charged over. The violent flames had come quickly and disappeared just as quickly. They had vanished in the blink of an eye. They had only appeared for a split second, but all the guards and the carriage had vanished in that split second. Only a few ashes remained on the ground. The entire street instantly became absolutely silent. Everyone's expression became sluggish. What kind of flame was this? They had actually burned the young master of the Mo family and the carriage to ashes in a single instance, and they did not cause any damage to the surrounding buildings or people at all. Everyone's gazes towards the young man changed. Killing the young master of the Mo family in the territory controlled by the Mo family was definitely outrageous. After all, the Mo family was one of the 5 most powerful clans in the divine kingdom of Qingyang. They possessed an over-god and controlled an entire province. "Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, benefactor!" The women who were saved thanked the young man one after another. Then, they quickly left while still in a state of shock, disappearing into the crowd. "Looks like the Mo family isn't anything good. Uncle Qin, let's go. Let's go destroy the Mo family." The young man stowed his fan away and made his way off into the distance without caring at all. "Young master, you've already destroyed 4 clans along the way. The strong prey on the weak. This is very common in the saints' world. If you care about everything, you'll have to destroy quite a few clans on the cloud plane," the burly man beside him said helplessly. "If that's the case, let's just ignore the Mo family for now. Uncle Qin, I heard that a divine king's dwelling has appeared in the Dong, a province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. It seems to be called Duanmu or something. Let's go take a look." The young man immediately became interested again. "Duanmu," the burly man murmured. The light in his eyes flickered, and he nodded. "Let's go take a look." Chapter 1736. Soon after the young man and the burly man called Uncle Qin left, a powerful presence rapidly appeared. Over a dozen black-clothed men hovered in the air. They were emotionless, and their gazes were cold. Even the weakest of them was at reciprocity, while the person at the front had clearly become a deity from the presence and pressure he gave off. "Who killed the young master of our Mo family? Chase him down," the leading human god said coldly. After learning the direction the young man with a fan had left in from the passers-by, he chased after him with lightning speed. At the same time, a powerful presence surged into the sky from the ancestral estate of the Mo family. It shot out like an arrow. The tremendous pressure it gave off had actually reached the level of a god. As the god charged out, a thunderous voice boomed in the air. "Which fellow has come to my Mo family? How dare you look down on our Mo family like this? His voice was filled with a monstrous fury. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword as he chased after the young man with a folding fan. Heavens, a god from the Mo family has appeared. To be able to draw out a god from the Mo family, the senior who killed the young master of the Mo family is probably a god as well. Gods are already lofty existences. It's extremely difficult to even see them normally. I never thought I would actually be standing beside a god earlier. A heated discussion rang out on the bustling street. Many people mourned for the young man inside. The Mo family could do whatever they wanted in the provincial city. Even though the young man was a god, no one believed he could escape from the Mo family. However, very few people discovered that the god from the Mo family never returned. Moreover, the god who had pursued the young man never appeared in the Mo family again. More and more godhood experts gathered at the entrance to the Divine King's ancestral estate in the Dong'an province of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. Not only had close to 80% of the gods gathered there, but the number of overgods rapidly increased as well. Aside from the 5 overgods from the 5 provincial cities, there were even overgods from the royal capital of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian who had come. By now, there were already more than 10 sovereigns gathered here. All the overgods gathered at the entrance, trying everything they could to open the dwelling. However, no matter how they tried, no matter how they thought of all sorts of strange methods, they were unable to find a way in. Even Master God Fongbuel, who was well versed in formation doctrine, was at his wits' end. That seems to be the old ancestor of the Mo family from the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang. Even someone from the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang is here. He seems to be the old ancestor of the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang's Sun Transformation sect. The old ancestor of the windless sect of the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang has also arrived. The chief god of the 9 stars Divine Nation is here as well. Look, that's someone from the Kaiyuan Divine Nation. As time went on, the number of overgods who had arrived rapidly increased. Every single one of them was an important figure of a divine kingdom, a figure that reigned over an entire region. They were all elusive figures. Today, they had all gathered in the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian after receiving news of the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling. The 4 Divine Kingdoms of Pingtian, Divine Kingdom of Qingyang, Divine Kingdom of 9 Stars, and Divine Kingdom of Kaiyuan did not differ by much in strength. Basically, every single Divine Kingdom possessed over a dozen overgods. Even though not all of them had arrived, there were still over 30 overgods gathered here. As for celestial deity realms, there were even more. This is our Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The Divine King Duanmu's dwelling belongs to our Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, so please leave if you are not from our Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. The overgods of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian were naturally displeased that so many overgods from other divine kingdoms had come. Immediately, an overgod from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian spoke out in a righteous manner. It's true that this is your Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, but there's no rule that says people from other divine kingdoms can't enter. Moreover, the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling doesn't belong to your Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. According to my knowledge, the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian had not even been founded when the Divine King Duanmu was renowned. A black-robed old man sneered. He gave off a cold presence. He was the ancestor of the Mo family from the Divine Kingdom of Qingyang. That's right. The Divine King Duanmu's dwelling doesn't belong to your Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. As for the Divine King himself, he's not a part of your Divine Kingdom of Pingtian either. If your Divine Kingdom of Pingtian wants to take the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling for yourself, that's just wishful thinking, another overgod added. He came from the Divine Kingdom of 9 Stars. People of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, you better consider this carefully. If you want to take the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling for yourself, you'll be making an enemy out of all of us. Can you really handle that? The person who spoke was a beautiful woman in a white dress. She came from the divine kingdom of Kaiyuan. As soon as the overgod from the divine kingdom of Pingtian spoke up, the overgods from the divine kingdom of Qingyang, the divine kingdom of 9 stars, and the divine kingdom of Kaiyuan firmly rebuked him. His expression immediately became ugly. They did not wish for the overgods from the other divine kingdoms to enter the divine King Duanmu's dwelling because the more people there were, the more intense the competition would be. The chances of obtaining any fortuitous encounters would naturally decrease. However, there was nothing they could do about this. The divine kingdom of Pingtian was indeed unable to fend off 3 divine kingdoms that were on par with them. Cut the crap. If we can't even get through the entrance, it'll be useless no matter how many overgods come. Let's think of a way to get in, Feng Buell said with a frown. It looks like the entrance to the divine King Duanmu's dwelling is hidden in outer space. Everyone, why don't we work together and force out the formation hidden in outer space first, said the ancestor of the Mo family from the divine kingdom of Qingyang. Everyone immediately agreed with the ancestor of the Mo family's suggestion. Afterwards, all the overgods began to move. They all used their abilities in an attempt to force out the entrance to the dwelling hidden in outer space. Immediately, violent booms rang out incessantly. Terrifying energy permeated the surroundings, causing the world to collapse and the sun and moon to dim. The primitive mountain range that stretched for several tens of thousands of kilometers was flattened in an instant. The ripples of energy from the attacks of overgods were not something that gods could endure. In particular, when so many overgods struck out together, it was even more magnificent. It forced the gods in the surroundings to retreat. God damn it, the damned Mo clan and Ando clan. The gods from the Wainer clan watched this from afar with bloodshot eyes. They were so jealous that they almost burst into flames. The divine King Duanmu's dwelling was so well hidden and so difficult to enter. It had blocked out so many overgods. If they were in the dwelling, they would be able to harvest Duanmu divine King Duanmu's belongings comfortably and happily. Every time they thought of this, the gods of the Wainer clan would be filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, their eyes turning red. Chapter 1737. Over 30 overgods struck out together, so the ripples of energy had already turned into terrifying storms. Only other overgods could remain in the storms. As for the gods, they had already retreated to several hundred kilometers away. Even so, there were still many gods who did their best to resist, which was why they were able to remain there. However, there were 2 exceptions in outer space. One of them was a handsome young man in white robes. He held a fan in his hand as he smiled frivolously. He stared at the overgods who were trying to get through the formations with interest. The young man was clearly only a god, but he was as steady as a mountain in the storms of energy from over 30 overgods. The powerful ripples of energy did not even manage to raise a single strand of his hair. At a closer glance, it was not difficult to discover that the ripples of energy that made all the gods retreat were unable to get within 3 meters of the young man at all. Behind the young man stood a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. The burly man appeared extremely ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, he was able to stand in the air. The energy ripples that raged in the sky were unable to reach a radius of 10 feet around the burly man. As a result, only the area where the young man with the folding fan and the large man were in was calm. The rest of the area was like a surging ocean. Naturally, all the overgods gathered there saw the 2 of them. They directly glanced past the young man and landed on the burly man behind him. Their eyes all narrowed. This was because they were unable to see through the burly man's strength. In their eyes, the burly man seemed like an ordinary person who did not cultivate at all. However, they did not underestimate the burly man. Instead, they became fearful. All of them paid close attention to the 2 of them. Although they knew that the burly man had used a secret technique to hide his strength, the fact that he could stand there meant that his strength was extraordinary. However, the young man's next action caused the faces of all the overgods to darken slightly. The young man with the fan had actually set up a table several thousand meters in the air. The table was filled with various delicacies, and the young man sat before it as he watched them get through the entrance to God King Duanmu's dwelling in great interest. He ate and drank to his heart's content. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. The burly man quietly stood behind the young man, as if he was a guard. "Uncle Chin, how long do you think they'll take to open the entrance?" the young man asked with interest as he smiled faintly. "Duanmu has some accomplishments in the laws of space. He has hidden the entrance to the dwelling in space, so it's indeed difficult to discover. However, they already know the exact location of the entrance. As for how long it'll take, that's difficult to say. If they just force the entrance out of space, it'll be much simpler. All they need to do is destroy the stability of the space here, and the entrance will appear naturally," said the burly man who was referred to as Uncle Chin. "Uncle Chin, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on how long it'll take them to force the entrance out of space. I bet that they won't be able to do it within 3 years," the young man said to the burly man as he ate the delicacies slowly. "No," the burly man declined without hesitation. "How boring," the young man shook his head. He immediately lost interest in the bet. Although the conversation between the young man and the burly man did not spread, the overgods could still roughly guess what they were talking about from the movement of their lips. It made all of their faces become rather sunken. "Who are the two of them?" "I don't know. I've never seen them before. As a matter of fact, I've never even heard of them before. However, they're probably overgods since they can withstand the energy so easily. The young man is only a mid-god, and he hasn't even used his full strength. The energy didn't come from him. It looks like it came from the person behind him." A few overgods communicated with each other secretly. Without a doubt, the young man's scornful actions had angered all the overgods present. It was fine if he just wanted to watch from the side. He was not the only one who wanted to watch from the side. There were even more gods further away, but now that he had brought out a table full of delicacies, the situation had completely changed. This was no longer an attitude of watching and learning. They were just watching a show. Although they were unhappy, the overgods dared not go up to cause trouble. They could already tell that the burly man whose strength they could not tell was only a follower or guard. Even his follower and guard were so powerful, so it was extremely likely that he was an overgod. They could not afford to offend an organization like that. Even if he was not an overgod and was only a late god, they could not afford to offend someone who could make a late god act as a follower or guard. Perhaps because he sensed that more and more overgods were paying attention to him, the young man opened his hand, and the fan in his hand immediately unfurled. He fanned himself gently in a leisurely manner as he smiled. "There's no need to look at me. I've come out to eat, drink, and play. I won't get in your way. Continue." Faced with so many overgods, the young man remained composed even though he was only a god. However, his actions only confirmed the guesses of the overgods. "Ignore him. Let's continue," a overgod said with a sunken face. Everyone could tell that the young man had quite the background. Over 30 overgods continued to force their way out of the dwelling. Rumbles constantly rang out. Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had already passed. 4 formation discs shone with dazzling light within the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. They held up a region of space, which was extremely eye-catching in the dwelling. The region covered by the formations engraved on the formation discs was where Shen Jian, Jianshen, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu cultivated. Unknowingly, they had already spent 5 years there. However, at this moment, a powerful sword chi suddenly appeared from the formation disk that Jianshen resided in. The formation disk that could withstand the attacks of gods could not even last for a few seconds before the sword chi. It shattered, and the entire formation disk shattered, revealing Jianshen. A finger-sized, Exquisite sword qi hovered above Jianshan's head. It shone with a threatening light, and just the sword intent it gave off shattered the formation disk. As the sword intent expanded, even the formation that protected Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and Shen Jian began to tremble violently. The formation collapsed at a visible rate, startling Shen Jian, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu back to their senses. In the next moment, the sharp sword intent vanished. The tiny sword qi that hovered above Jianshan's head vanished, returning to Jianshan's soul. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes as he smiled. The second strand of profound sword qi had finally been condensed. Chapter 1738. What powerful sword intent! It's actually enough to make me feel fear. Brother Jianshan, you've broken through again? Mo Ling arrived before Jianshan and said in shock. Wasn't Jianshan's strength increasing just a little too quickly? It had only been a while, yet he had already increased again. Ando Fu stowed his formation disc away and stood up as well. He also stared at Jianshan in shock. Shen Jian stopped cultivating as well. He opened his eyes and looked at Jianshan. Jianshan shook his head when he heard what Mo Ling had said. I've only increased my comprehension of a sword technique slightly. My actual strength hasn't broken through. Afterwards, Jianshan looked at Shen Jian and discovered that Shen Jian had actually become a god. Jianshan was not surprised at all that Shen Jian had become a god so quickly. After all, Shen Jian's comprehension of the laws of the world had already reached mid-god. All he lacked was his own cultivation. He had basically left all his divine crystals and various pills to Shen Jian when he entered seclusion. With Shen Jian's talent, becoming a god within 5 years would not be a problem at all. However, Shen Jian had used up all his divine crystals after breaking through. He only left behind an insignificant portion to recover his origin energy. After all, it was impossible to absorb the origin energy of the world to recover in the dwelling. Once the origin energy was depleted, it could only be recovered through divine crystals, pills, and heavenly resources. However, Shi Yu and the elders of the Mo clan struggled to remain calm when they saw how Shen Jian had become a god so quickly. They had personally witnessed Shen Jian become a deity from reciprocity, yet now, in just a few years, Shen Jian had become a god like a rocket. All of them were astounded by his speed. If they had not personally witnessed this, they would never have believed that someone could cultivate so quickly no matter what. In particular, Shi Yu felt extremely mixed feelings. Originally, the Mo clan believed her to be a monstrous talent, but compared to Shen Jian, she discovered that she was nothing. Since everyone is prepared, let's go check out the dwelling, said Jianshan. Afterwards, he glanced around and found a rather obvious formation. He directly sent a strand of sword qi into the formation with the flying snow sword, immediately producing a heavy boom. It was particularly ear-piercing in the silent dwelling of the Divine King. Jianshan stowed the flying snow sword away after sending out the strand of sword qi. He stood where he was and waited. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the other elders did not act recklessly when they saw how Jianshan did not leave. They basically treated Jianshan as their leader now. Before long, the white-clothed, illusionary fairy Haoyue flew out from the depths of the dwelling. She arrived before Jianshan in a while. Fairy Haoyue, your soul has become even more powerful. Congratulations, said Jianshan. Fairy Haoyue's soul was now equivalent to a deity. It had to be mentioned that 5 years ago, her soul was only at the origin realm. Fairy Haoyue said emotionlessly, I've basically understood the situation of this dwelling. Duanmu cultivates in the very depths of the dwelling, and the formations there are the most powerful as well. I can't enter there. There are 3 other regions that are probably where Duanmu's 3 disciples cultivate. The formations there are slightly weaker. Moreover, there are hidden formations in the depths of the dwelling. Some of them are killing formations that can even kill Overgod. Even the Divine King will struggle to escape from them, so you have to be careful when you move through the dwelling. If you're careless, you'll be doomed. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the others were all surprised by Fairy Haoyue's appearance. They could tell with a single glance just how weak Fairy Haoyue was. She was actually able to wander around the Divine King's dwelling with such a weak soul and obtain so much information. She had basically explored the entire dwelling, so they could not help but hold Fairy Haoyue in high esteem. Fairy Haoyue, may I ask if you've seen anyone else in the dwelling? Mo Ling asked nervously. He did not recognize Fairy Haoyue, but he did the same when he heard Jianchen call her that. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Mo Ling and said, "You want to ask about the ancestors of your 3 clans, right? I did see them, but it's all thanks to them breaking through so many formations that I was able to venture so far." "Are the ancestors still alive?" Mo Ling asked excitedly. Ando Fu became interested as well. He stared at Fairy Haoyue, without blinking as his eyes were filled with eagerness as well. "They're dead. Their corpses are all in the depths of the dwelling. They died to a killing formation," Fairy Haoyue said. Mo Ling and Ando Fu immediately became sorrowful when they heard that. Although they had already guessed that this would be the case, they still could not help but feel sad when their guesses were confirmed. 2 of the dwellings of the Divine King's 3 disciples have been broken through and their contents have been swept clean. The last one is still intact. "I'll take you there," Fairy Haoyue said to Jianchen and Xinjian before leading them to the depths of the Divine King's dwelling. Very soon, Jianchen and the others followed behind Fairy Haoyue. They arrived where the 3rd disciple of the Divine King cultivated without any obstructions. Along the way, Jianchen discovered a large number of damaged formations. Every single one of them possessed the presence of time. Clearly, they had been left behind by the ancestors of Mo Ling and the others. It was exactly because the 3 overgods had destroyed many of the formations that Jianchen and the others were able to travel so smoothly. They basically faced no obstacles at all. According to the ancestor, this is where God King Duanmu's disciple cultivates. This disciple has already become an overgod, and he has quite the mastery over formations as well. In the past, the ancestor tried to get through this formation as well, but due to how powerful it was, it took the ancestor a tremendous amount of effort to get through it. The ancestor was unwilling to waste so much effort, so he never paid any attention to this place because the items of overgods were not enough to attract the ancestor's attention. As for the other 2 dwellings, according to the ancestor's guesses, they should have been where the Divine King's grand disciples cultivated. As the 2 grand disciples were only gods, the formations they cast down were not powerful. As a result, the ancestors destroyed the other 2 cultivation grounds effortlessly, and all the items inside were obtained by our 3 clans, Mo Ling explained as he stood before the dwelling. Although they're God King Duanmu's grand disciples, they're still much more powerful than me and Mo Ling. There are traces of their cultivation in the dwelling of God King Duanmu's grand disciples, as well as marks of their comprehension of laws. Comprehending these marks is beneficial to early gods like me and Mo Ling, and it's even more beneficial to deities. Of course, it would depend on your ability to comprehend as well. If your ability to comprehend is insufficient, you won't be able to benefit at all, Anfu added. Ando Fu added. He looked at the godhood elders of the Ando clan behind him. He really wanted them to go to where God King Duanmu's grand disciple cultivated. "It's best if you get through this formation first. This formation was cast down by an overgod, so it's extremely intricate. Even early overgods won't be able to get through it if they don't understand it. It's as tough as steel to you. However, I can see the weakest point of the formation. If all of you work together and I assist you, you might be able to get through it," said Fairy Haoyue. Fairy Haoyue shook her head gently and sighed gently. This is only equivalent to an attack from a peak god. It's still very far away from an overgod. The main reason why the attacks could reach the level of a peak god was because of Jianchen and Xinjian. As for Mo Ling and Ando Fu, they were only early gods. Even if they used truth-tier battle skills, they would only reach the level of a mid-god at most. As for the deities, even if they combined their powers through the formation, the effects would still be insignificant. It was basically negligible. It was only better than nothing. Again. Jianshan's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. With that, a terrifying sword intent that made everyone present shiver permeated the surroundings. A finger-sized strand of sword chi hovered above Jianshan's head. Mo Ling and Ando Fu's eyes narrowed as shock flooded their faces. As soon as the strand of sword chi appeared, they felt chills run down their bodies, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern of death. Even their hands and feet shivered. Terrifying. It was just too terrifying. This was what Mo Ling and Ando Fu felt from the sword chi. It caused them to feel a sliver of fear uncontrollably. Shen Jian's eyes narrowed as well. He stared at the tiny sword chi above Jianshan's head. This was the second time he had seen Jianshan use the sword chi, but it was much more powerful than the first time. Not to mention early heavenly gods, even mid-heavenly gods would have to die before this sword chi. Even late heavenly gods would be killed. This was because the sword chi was just far too powerful. Fairy Haoyue could not help but glance at Jianshan again. A sliver of eagerness appeared in her eyes, right at the center. Attack. Everyone attacked as hard as they could once again. They used their most powerful battle skills and sword techniques, while the profound sword chi above Jianshan's head shot out as a white streak of light. Boom! This time, the formation was finally shaken up. It began to shake violently as it flickered and dimmed. However, it was still quite far from shattering. Jianshan's eyes turned cold when he saw this. With a thought, another tiny strand of sword chi hovered above his head, radiating with a surging presence. The second strand of sword chi was even more powerful than the first. Swish! Before the formation could stabilize, the second strand of sword chi turned into a streak of light, striking the trembling formation with lightning-like speed. With a boom, the formation that even regular overgods would struggle to smash through finally cracked before Jianshan's two strands of profound sword chi. It shattered. It's broken. It's broken. The formation's broken. Mo Ling and Ando Fu beamed. They were both extremely excited. The two of them had coveted this dwelling for a very long time. Xing Jin had come here several times with their ancestor. With their ancestor's strength as an overgod, it would not be difficult for him to get through the formations. He would just need to expend a great deal of effort. However, it was exactly because their ancestor was unwilling to waste his energy on a dwelling that was not attractive to them that he did not smash through the formation. He placed all of his efforts on the divine King Duanmu's legacy, so he could only allow the dwelling to lie there quietly until today. Behind them, the deities of the Mo clan and the Ando clan became excited as well. However, Jianshan, the person who had contributed the most to smashing through the formation, was pale and haggard. He seemed weak. Using the profound sword chi was just far too taxing on him. He could still withstand a single strand of profound sword chi with his way of the sword at the great perfection of sword origin, but using two strands of profound sword chi in succession would exhaust all the power of his soul. Chapter 1740. Even though Mo Ling and Ando Fu were extremely excited and filled with desire, they were not bold enough to set foot in the dwelling. They all looked at Jianshan. Jianshan was afraid to enter, and the two of them were afraid to enter as well. Now that Jianshan's strength had gradually been exposed, not only did Ando Fu fear him to the extreme, but even Mo Ling was no longer as casual when he spoke with Jianshan. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and endured the dizziness that came from the ruckus. He carefully and cautiously entered the dwelling. The overgod's dwelling was spacious and simple. There was a huge, circular square in the center, and there were a few secret rooms scattered around the square. They were all engraved with words like alchemy room, pill room, seclusion room, sword comprehension building, scrolls pavilion, storage room, and so on. Jianchen and Xinjian both looked at the sword comprehension building, while Mo Ling and Ando Fu looked between the pill room and scrolls pavilion. As for Fairy Haoyue, she only glanced around casually before losing interest. She did not believe that there was anything here that could help her reconstruct her body. Xinjian looked away from the sword comprehension building very quickly and looked at the pill room. He said to Jianchen, "Let's go take a look at the pill room first." "All right." Jianchen nodded and made his way to the pill room with Xinjian. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the others followed closely behind. They did not act on their own. Although there were formations in the pill room as well, it was nowhere near as powerful as the one at the entrance. It was only at the god level, so it was only a basic defense. Obviously, it was unable to stop Jianchen and the others, so they broke through it easily. Entering the alchemy room, a rich pill fragrance immediately assailed his nostrils. He saw that this small alchemy room was filled with hundreds of jade bottles of various sizes. They were neatly arranged together, exquisite and beautiful. Every jade bottle was marked with the name of the pill inside. The Constitution Nurturing Yuan Pill. This is a relatively common pill. Its greatest effect is to strengthen one's foundation and nurture one's yuan qi. It is quite effective for those with an unstable foundation. In addition, it will also have some effect on those who have exhausted their yuan qi. Of course, if the situation is too serious, this Constitution Nurturing Yuan Pill will be useless. You will need to use a higher grade pill. The Spirit Awakening Pill is a pill that can stabilize the soul. It has a good effect on people with unstable souls. In addition, during the process of cultivation, there are often people who can't keep their minds and go mad. After taking the Spirit Awakening Pill, it can reduce the risk of going mad. Mo Ling and Ando Fu had lived for a very long time, so they obviously had a lot of knowledge. They recognized most of the pills on display, and they both began to comment on them. Was this the eternal pill? There's actually a eternal pill here. Suddenly, Mo Ling's face changed. He immediately became overjoyed. He immediately grabbed a jade bottle and studied it carefully. He said excitedly, "This eternal pill is a 5th grade truth tier pill. Every single one of them is quite expensive. The cheapest is 1,000,000 low-grade divine crystals, and sometimes even more. Moreover, they can only be bought in the royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. They don't exist in the 36 provinces." Ando Fu made his way over as well and said excitedly, "It really is a life pill. The life pill is specially used to recover origin energy. Although every single pill is priceless, it's worth it because the effects of the life pill are extremely great. Even if a late god's origin energy has been completely depleted, a single pill will allow them to replenish all their origin energy within 10 seconds. At certain crucial moments, the eternal pill can save their lives." What? A late god's origin energy can be completely replenished in 10 seconds? Jianchen was surprised when he heard about the effects of the pill. He immediately made his way over. Mo Ling immediately passed the bottle of eternal pills to Jianchen. Jianchen did not hold back at all. He accepted the bottle and opened it. 10 pure white, round pills lay inside quietly. Every single one of them was only the size of a finger. Jianchen closed the bottle and looked through the shelves again. He discovered that there were actually 6 bottles of eternal pills in the room. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were 60 in total. In the end, after some discussion, it was decided that Jianchen and Xinjian would take 2 bottles each, while Mo Ling and Ando Fu would take 1 each. Originally, Mo Ling and Ando Fu refused to accept the pills. They would be satisfied with just 1 or 2. After all, Jianchen had contributed the most to them being able to enter this place. As a matter of fact, Mo Ling and Ando Fu even suspected that Jianchen would be able to get through the formation all by himself even without their assistance. However, under Jianchen's insistence, they ended up giving Mo Ling and Ando Fu a bottle each. Ando Fu's emotions became extremely mixed as he held the bottle of eternal pills. Originally, he only thought he was Jianqin's captive. Even if he entered the Divine King's dwelling, he would only be a tool to clear the way. No matter what he found, he would not get a share of it. However, he had never thought that Jianqin would treat him the same as Mo Ling. He was not discriminated against at all, giving him a bottle of such precious eternal pills without any hesitation at all. The pill of resurrection is a healing pill. It's already at the 7th grade of the truth tier. Heavens, a pill like this can be sold for 1.5 million low-grade divine crystals in the royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, yet there are actually 2 bottles here. The Firecloud pill is a pill that can temporarily increase one's strength. It can ignore the restrictions of the laws of the world and forcefully increase one's cultivation by a minor level. However, it will result in an extremely powerful backlash, which will greatly weaken one's vitality. 1,000-year God origin pills. There are 10 in a bottle, yet there are actually 4 bottles here. Heavens, these are 10,000-year God origin pills. These pills are worth far more than the eternal pills. A single 10,000-year God origin pill in the royal capital costs 10 million low-grade divine crystals. Ando Fu's shocked voice rang out in Jianqin's head. Jianqin rejoiced when he heard about the 10,000-year God origin pills. He arrived before Ando Fu in a flash and snatched the bottle from his hand. He opened the bottle eagerly and saw that there were also 10 pills inside. "Help me find how many bottles of 10,000-year God origin pills there are," Jianqin said in a hurry. 10,000-year God origin pills were exactly what he needed. "Brother Jianqin, there's one more bottle here. It's also the last bottle. There are only 2 bottles in total in this room." Mo Ling passed a jade bottle to Jianqin. To no surprise, it was filled with 10,000-year God origin pills. 2 bottles of 10,000-year God origin pills. That's a total of 20 pills. Jianqin held the 2 bottles. He ignored the dizziness in his soul as he became extremely excited. 20 10,000-year God origin pills were equivalent to 200,000 years of cultivation. They could strengthen his chaotic Niden by quite a lot. Even though the 20 10,000-year God origin pills might not be enough for him to reach the 10th layer of the chaotic body, they could take a step closer. It might even be enough for his chaotic Niden to reach the 9th layer. At that time, he would only need to consume some heavenly resources or absorb divine crystals to reach the 10th layer successfully. He really is the disciple of the divine King Duanmu after all. Just the pill room alone has so many precious pills. His wealth has completely surpassed the other over-god. Mo Ling and Ando Fu both sighed in amazement. The disciple of the divine King Duanmu was much wealthier than their ancestor. Chapter 1741. What? There's actually a soul recovery pill? Before Jianqin could say anything, Mo Ling and Ando Fu were both surprised. They stared at the white jade bottle in Xin Jian's hand in shock. Jianqin's eyes lit up as well. He had used 2 strands of profound sword qi consecutively, so the power of his soul was extremely depleted. He felt dizzy at all times, like an ordinary person who had not slept for several days. It was very uncomfortable. If the soul recovery pill really could recover the power of his soul, it would be of great significance to him. The profound sword qi was Jianqin's greatest trump card right now. At the same time, it was his greatest life-saving treasure. However, with his current cultivation, the power of his soul had basically been depleted after using 2 strands of profound sword qi. Before his soul recovered, he would not be able to use more profound sword qi. If he had a soul recovery pill that could quickly recover the power of his soul, would it not drastically shorten the time he needed to use the profound sword qi again? I wonder what the effects of the soul recovery pill are like. If it can recover the power of my soul extremely quickly, it'll be very useful to me. It might even be able to save my life, Jianqin thought. He accepted the jade bottle from Xin Jian. To no surprise, there were also 10 soul recovery pills in there. Jianshan poured out a round pill without any hesitation and studied it in his hand. The light in his eyes flickered as he became eager. It really is a soul recovery pill. It really is a soul recovery pill. It's exactly the same as what the records say. There's no mistaking the unique fragrance. I never thought there would be a treasure like a soul recovery pill here, Ando Fu said excitedly. Ancestor, you've been too careless. How is this the dwelling of a regular overgod? The treasures here have far exceeded what regular late overgods possess. There are even some pills that will be extremely useful to you. You shouldn't have given up on this dwelling in the past, Mo Ling said regretfully. He felt great pity. Jianshan became even more overjoyed when he heard what Mo Ling and Ando Fu had said. He studied the pill in great interest and murmured, "Looks like the soul recovery pill is quite valuable." Brother Jianshan, you don't know this, but the soul recovery pill isn't just valuable. It's basically priceless because only alchemists can refine it, and the materials used to refine it are extremely valuable. In a remote place like our divine kingdom of Pingtian, there are no pills like this for sale. Even if there are, they can't be bought with low-grade divine crystals. Instead, you need high-grade divine crystals or even supreme-grade divine crystals, Mo Ling explained to Jianshan. The soul recovery pill was very 1. It's that expensive. Jianshan and Xinjian both leapt in fright. 100,000 high-grade divine crystals was equivalent to 10 million mid-grade divine crystals. At that moment, Jianshan's hands began to tremble slightly. The soul recovery pill was just too valuable. Even with his mental fortitude, he struggled to calm down. After all the wealth he had plundered from the Liu family and the Ando clan was probably not even as valuable as a single soul recovery pill. Jianshan immediately gave up on the thought of ingesting the soul recovery pill. He placed it back into the jade bottle without any hesitation. Eating a single soul recovery pill would cost him 10 million mid-grade divine crystals and a billion low-grade divine crystals. That was basically a waste. He did not even have enough divine crystals to buy a flying snow sword in Maple Leaf City. Jianshan, I suggest you ingest a soul recovery pill immediately so that you can recover to your peak condition as soon as possible. There must be quite a lot of people gathered outside. No one knows when they'll be able to come in, Fairy Haoyue suggested. That's right. Now is not the time to be saving. We can't waste too much time, Xinjian said as well. Jianshan hesitated slightly when he heard that. In the end, he gritted his teeth and ingested a soul recovery pill. As soon as the soul recovery pill entered his stomach, Jianshan felt a cool sensation rise up. It directly entered his soul, and immediately, the power of his soul that had basically been depleted rapidly recovered. In just a few seconds, the power of Jianshan's soul had completely recovered. Moreover, the effects of the soul recovery pill did not run out even after his soul had been replenished. Instead, it turned into strands of clear energy that were stored in his soul. Once his soul was depleted, it would immediately be replenished. What a wondrous pill! Jianshan could not help but sigh in amazement. A single soul recovery pill can completely recover the soul of an early overgod. If you use it on the Divine King, you'll need several or even several dozen of them, said Fairy Haoyue. The power of Jianshan's soul was nowhere near as powerful as an overgod right now, so a single soul recovery pill was more than enough. However, once his strength increased in the future, the power of his soul would naturally increase as well. At that time, if he wanted to use the soul recovery pill to recover the power of his soul, he would need far more than that. This was because the amount of power of the soul that the soul recovery pill could recover was fixed. Afterwards, Jianshan gave Mo Ling and Ando Fu one each, which greatly moved the two of them. They were extremely excited. He shared the remaining pills with Xinjian. They're good pills, but it's a pity that there's only a single bottle. Jianshan sighed gently after putting the soul recovery pill away. He felt some pity. If only there were a few more bottles of soul recovery pills. Afterwards, Jianshan and the others did not come across any extraordinarily precious pills in the room. Most of them were ordinary items. In the end, they spent almost an hour to clear out all the bottles and jars in the room. Apart from the 10,000-year god origin pills, Jianshan gave a portion of the remaining pills to Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the others. Even the elders did not return empty-handed. Jianshan, I, Ando Fu, will remember your kindness. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you, Ando Fu swore solemnly. Ando Fu swore on the spot. He was extremely serious about it. He had never thought that there would be such a straightforward person in the world. Even when he was completely outclassed in strength, he was still willing to give so many precious pills to a prisoner like him. If it were someone else, Ando Fu believed that he would not have been able to obtain anything at all. He might even have been killed on the spot. Brother Jianshan is truly a gentleman. It's my fortune to be able to meet Brother Jianshan, Mo Ling sighed. If it were him, the Ando clan, and the Lu family who discovered the pills here, the three clans would probably have immediately begun fighting over the pills. This was because the pills here were just too precious. Even the divine kingdom of Pingtian did not have the soul recovery pills, and just the 10,000-year god origin pills were priceless. Moreover, there were many other types of pills as well. There was no lack of precious items among them. Jianshan and the others made their way out of the alchemy room before entering the alchemy room, the seclusion room, and the scrolls pavilion. There was only an ancient cauldron in the alchemy room. The cauldron was of quite a high grade, so it was naturally taken away by Jianshan. As for the seclusion room, it was an empty room. There was nothing there at all. In the scrolls pavilion, there were some cultivation methods and battle skills, as well as some cultivation notes left behind by the owner of the dwelling. The cultivation notes had only been created by an overgod. Jianshan glanced through them casually before tossing them to Mo Ling and Ando Fu. As for the remaining cultivation methods and battle skills, Jianshan got Mo Ling and Ando Fu to choose a scroll each. He stowed the rest away. Although neither he nor Xinjian were interested in the cultivation methods and battle skills, they could be sold for quite a good price. Chapter 1742. The Sword Comprehension Building was actually only a stone hut with 2 floors. The walls around it were extremely smooth, like a mirror. There were no flaws at all. However, Jianshan and Xinjian could tell with a single glance that the walls had been ground away by a sharp and brutal sword intent. Moreover, when the two of them entered the hut, they could not help but feel like they had entered the body of a sword. They could feel a surging sword chi. Sword spirit. It's at least sword spirit. Jianshan shivered inside when he sensed the invisible sword chi in the surroundings. He actually felt a suffocating pressure in the stone hut. This pressure came from his comprehension of the laws of the sword. After all, he was already at the great perfection of sword origin. Only sword spirits could pressure him in the way of the sword. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. There was a sharp strand of sword chi on one of the walls of the hut. When his gaze landed on the sword chi, his entire body could not help but tremble. Vaguely, he seemed to sense a surging sword chi shooting toward him. Before the sword chi, Jianshan felt like he was a lone boat in the surging ocean, about to be swallowed by the waves at any time. He was as puny as an ant before the sword chi. Even though he had reached the great perfection of sword origin, he was still so puny. Jianshan remained as still as a mountain. His calm eyes immediately erupted with light at that moment. It was as if 2 streaks of light had shot out from his eyes, directly colliding with the incoming sword comprehension intent. He used the sword in the first place, and he possessed extremely great talent for the way of the sword. How could he allow himself to be defeated by the sword chi at a time like this? Even though he knew he was not the opponent, Jianshan would not just sit there and wait for death. He resisted with all his strength fearlessly. As Jianchen resisted with all his strength, he seemed to vaguely hear a boom that only he could sense explode in his mind. Vaguely, he felt like he had broken through some sort of shackle. His entire mind became empty, entering a wondrous state. In his daze, he seemed to see a hazy image. In the image, a green-robed person stood in the hut with his back to him. He radiated with a supreme presence, along with a powerful sword chi that even shocked Jianchen. At this time, the man in the green robe slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a monstrous sword chi burst out from the long sword, and he casually stabbed with the sword. This strike contained the trajectory of the supreme Grand Tao and the profundity of the laws of heaven and earth. It was a simple strike, but it contained a destructive power. When he stabbed out, Jianchen felt like the entire world had become clear. In particular, the strike filled his entire mind, making it seem like the only thing in the world. It drew in all of his attention, and he could clearly sense every single change in the strike. Jianchen could not help but close his eyes as he stood in the hut. He could not help but become intoxicated by the endless mysteries of the strike, comprehending it carefully and entering a state of comprehension. Aside from him, Shen Jian also closed his eyes and entered a state of selflessness. Clearly, he had experienced the same thing as Jianchen. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianchen and Shen Jian as a soul. She said to Mo Ling and Ando Fu secretly, "You can leave first. Don't disturb the two of them." Ando Fu and Mo Ling also glanced at the slash on the wall subconsciously. Unfortunately, they could not sense it at all, so they could not tell what it was. The strand of sword chi was clearly meant for imparting knowledge, and not harming people. As a result, only those who had also comprehended the way of the sword could comprehend it. Mo Ling and Ando Fu did not walk the path of the way of the sword, so the sword mark was naturally useless against them. Ando Fu and Mo Ling left silently. They planned on checking the final storage room. As for the elders of the Mo clan and Ando clan, they did not know how long Jianchen and Shen Jian would take. In order not to waste their precious time in the Divine King's dwelling, they all went to the dwelling they suspected to be Duanmu's grand disciple's dwelling. There were slashes for comprehending laws there. With their strength as deities, they just happened to be helpful to them. I hope you can make a breakthrough in the way of the sword. The path ahead will be even more difficult. The formations will be even more powerful. Even if I can find their weaknesses, you won't be able to get through them with your current strength. Only by becoming stronger can you make your way to Duanmu's dwelling, Fairy Haoyue murmured softly as she stared at Jianchen and Shen Jian, who had entered a state of selflessness. All she could do now was wait. The formations leading to the Divine King's dwelling were even more powerful. She could not enter as long as the formations remained. Whether she could make it to the very depths would all depend on Jianchen and Shen Jian. Suddenly, Fairy Haoyue's eyes narrowed. She abruptly turned her head towards the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling. The space there actually rippled. Fairy Haoyue frowned and said sternly, "Looks like the people outside will be coming in very soon. We don't have much time left." At this moment, a deafening rumble echoed through the surroundings outside God King Duanmu's dwelling. Several dozen overgods stood in a circle as they worked together to blow up the formations around the entrance. Every single one of the formations was extremely powerful. They possessed the power to deal with or even kill overgod. When several dozen of them detonated at the same time, the shockwave was naturally earth-shaking. It actually caused the space there to distort. Now, the number of overgods gathered here had increased to over 50. There were no longer just 4 participating divine kingdoms. Instead, there were 7 now. Among them, a white-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor stood at the very front. He held a yin-yang 8 trigrams disc in his hand and stared intently at the formation that had exploded. The overgods around the old man all treated him politely. They all behaved very humbly. This was because the old man was a renowned formations master they had invited. Not only was he well respected, but his cultivation was not weak either. He had reached late overgod, and he was known as Master Chanlong. At the same time, it was also this Master Chanlong who came up with the idea of casting down powerful formations around the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling before detonating them. They would create a powerful attack in an attempt to force out the entrance hidden in space. Just a little more. Let's do it again. This time, the entrance will definitely appear, Master Chanlong said leisurely as he hovered in the air. As a result, under Master Chanlong's personal lead, a few overgods who had studied formations quite a bit began to cast down formations once again. Several days later, Master Chanlong finally finished casting down the formations once again after several dozen overgods worked together. This time there were over 100 formations, and they were all at the level of overgods. A few thousand meters away from this place, a young man with a folding fan in his hand was lying comfortably on a recliner with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Beside this young man, two beautiful women were half squatting there, attentively massaging the young man's shoulders and legs. They were very serious. The two women were not weak either. They had already reached the deity realm. Let alone in the Dong An province, deities were powerful existences even in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. However, they were massaging a young man who was only a god right now. Even overgods would struggle to enjoy such treatment. This was because even in clans with overgods, deities possessed extraordinary statuses. It was impossible for them to be sent to do something for servants. However, there was not the slightest hint of coercion or reluctance on these two women's faces. Instead, both of them had excited looks on their faces. It was as if being able to massage this young man was a very fortunate thing. At this moment, the young man who seemed to have fallen asleep on the recliner opened his eyes. He yawned lazily and looked ahead in a rather sleepy manner. He said rather unhappily, "Why hasn't the entrance opened yet? Uncle Chin, how long have I been cultivating?" "Young master, you've already been cultivating for 5 years," the burly man behind the young man said emotionlessly. P.S. Xiaoyao has never made it to the top of the red packet rankings. This week, Xiaoyao will go all out. Every time the number of red packets reaches 500, Xiaoyao will add a chapter. Every time there are 500 red packets, Xiaoyao will add a chapter. This week, we will work hard towards first place. Chapter 1743. The young man sat up from the recliner slowly. He spread his fingers and opened the fan in his hand with a swish. He fanned himself gently as he looked at the formations cast down by the several dozen overgods under Master Chanlong's command. He immediately became interested and said, "Uncle Chin, can you make the entrance hidden in outer space appear this time?" The burly man referred to as Uncle Chin shook his head gently. Although their method is correct, it's still a little lacking if they want to force out the entrance hidden in outer space. Duanmu has comprehended the laws of the sword and the laws of space. He has basically reached the limits of the Divine King in both of these laws, so it'll be difficult for these overgods to force out the entrance hidden in outer space. The young man stood up from the recliner lazily. He just stood there and stretched his body before glancing at the two beautiful deities who stood to one side obediently. He could not help but smile faintly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in the young man's hand. The eyes of the burly man beside the young man widened when he saw the jade bottle in the young man's hand. His face twitched a few times in an abnormal manner. The young man poured out 2 pills from the bottle. The pills hovered in the air under the control of an invisible power, slowly arriving before the two women. The two women's gazes landed on the 2 pills, looking very excited. "I'm a man of my word. Since you've served me for 5 years, I naturally won't treat you badly. Here are 2 10,000-year god origin pills, one for each of you," the young man said nonchalantly. He was extremely generous. There was only a single 10,000-year god origin pill in the entire divine kingdom of Pingtian, and it had been brought back by the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian from another divine kingdom. It was so expensive that it had yet to be sold even now. Although the 10,000-year God origin pill had a very great drawback, there was a second reason that prevented it from being sold, which was that it was just too expensive. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The two deities congratulated him. They were extremely excited as they stowed the pill away carefully like they had obtained a supreme treasure. "All right, the two of you can leave now. Do what you need to do. I'll give you your freedom in advance," the young man said as he waved the fan in his hand. The two women expressed their gratitude and did not stay any longer. They left the place excitedly. They had only spent 5 years to obtain a precious 10,000-year God origin pill. To them, this was simply too worth it. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky. "Young master, I don't remember you ever having a 10,000-year God origin pill on you. Moreover, with your talent, the family would never give you such a pill. Did you secretly enter Elder Gu's pill room?" Uncle Chin asked after the two women left. The young man closed the fan in his hand and glanced at Uncle Chin in a slightly guilty manner. He said, "How could that be? Uncle Chin, you're thinking too much. Moreover, even you can't enter Elder Gu's pill recipe, so how can I? Don't you think so? But where did your 10,000-year God origin pill come from?" All right. Uncle Chin, let's not talk about pills. It's just a 10,000-year God origin pill. With my status, obtaining it is a piece of cake," the young man interrupted Uncle Chin. Then, he looked around and stared at the entrance to the divine king's dwelling. He said, "So many people have used 5 years, and they still haven't made the entrance appear. I don't have that much time to wait for them here. Uncle Chin, please help them out. If they continue like this, they'll just be wasting my time." Uncle Chin glanced at the young man rather helplessly and nodded slightly. "Detonate the formations." It was also at this moment that Master Chanlong's ancient voice rang out. Afterwards, a deafening rumble suddenly rang out. All the over-god level formations at the entrance detonated at the same time, forming a powerful attack that ripped through the space there. The space immediately trembled gently. However, with so many over-god level formations detonated at the same time, the terrifying attack was still not enough to rip through the space there. It was also in the moment that the formations detonated that Uncle Chin beside the young man took action as well. He only raised a finger and extended it gently at the entrance to the divine king's dwelling. This point immediately caused the space in front of him to silently ripple. This finger seemed extremely ordinary, like an ordinary person casually pointing a finger. However, this finger shook the space here. However, at that moment, everyone's gazes were gathered in the direction of God King Duanmu's dwelling. None of them noticed Uncle Chin's finger. It was also after Uncle Chin extended his finger that the space at the entrance to the divine king's dwelling shook violently. The space there seemed to be ripped open, revealing a stone door hidden in the space there. The powerful shockwave from the explosion of several dozen over-god level formations was unable to shake the stone door at all. "The entrance has appeared. It's the door that leads to the divine king's entrance. Master Chanlong really is a formations master after all. He really is powerful. He's actually managed to force the entrance to the divine king's dwelling out of space. Master Chanlong, I'm impressed. I'm impressed." The over-gods in the surroundings all praised Master Chanlong. They all praised him. Master Chanlong stroked his snow-white beard as he held the 8 trigrams disc in his hand. He smiled mysteriously, and his face was filled with confidence. When the young man with a folding fan saw this scene from afar, the corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. "There's a powerful formation on the stone door. Please help me get through it, Master Chanlong. Master Chanlong, we'll be relying on you for this formation." The over-gods in the surroundings all invited Master Chanlong to continue getting through the formation. Their voices were filled with even more respect. As long as the entrance has appeared, the formation will be much easier to deal with. As long as it's a formation, it needs energy to operate. As long as the energy is depleted, the formation will collapse no matter how powerful it is. I'll let old man take a look at the weakness of the formation, Jianchen said loudly. He arrived before the stone door with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He stared at the stone door attentively. The moment the entrance to God King Duanmu's dwelling appeared, the entire space within the dwelling began to tremble gently as if it had suffered a powerful attack. Fairy Haoyue looked in the direction of the entrance from outside the Sword Comprehension building, and she became stern. She murmured, "There's less and less time left." Chapter 1744. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Outside the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling, a gleam of light suddenly flashed through Master Chanlong's eyes as he studied the formation. He said, "It's here. Everyone, attack with your full strength." Without any hesitation, the several dozen overgods all struck out. They attacked the weakness that Master Chanlong had mentioned with all their might. Even though this was the weakness of the formation, it was still a formation personally cast down by God King Duanmu after all. It would not be easy for the overgods to get through it with their strength. Several dozen overgods bombarded the weak point of the formation for 10 days and 10 nights. Only then did they destroy it. However, the stone door remained shut. The light of the formation continued to flicker outside. There was more than one formation there. There are a total of 18 formations on the stone door. There are 17 left. Let's get old man to study the second formation. Master Chanlong swung his sleeves and continued to study before the formation. This person has some accomplishments in formations. If this continues, all of Duanmu's formations will be destroyed sooner or later, Uncle Qin said nonchalantly as he watched from afar. A year later, 8 of the 18 formations on the stone door had been broken. There were still 10 formations left to block the group. At the same time, Shen Jian roused from his selfless state in the Sword Comprehension building in the Divine King's dwelling. After this period of comprehension, his laws of the sword had reached the great perfection of sword origin, while Jianchen was still comprehending. He had yet to awaken. Shen Jian did not disturb Jianchen. He made his way out of the stone hut silently. The longer one comprehended like this, the greater the benefits. Jianchen's laws of the sword had already reached the great perfection of sword origin before Shen Jian, so he had spent even more time comprehending. Coupled with Jianchen's talent, Shen Jian realized that Jianchen's laws of the sword might break through. Afterwards, Shen Jian sat down outside the Sword Comprehension building. He placed the Cloudstream sword on his knees and formed a seal with his hands. He began to cultivate again. Before long, a mysterious power began to radiate from his body. In the end, it actually gradually formed specks of light, flickering around Shen Jian. In a daze, the flickering light formed a diagram of the cosmos around Shen Jian. As for Shen Jian, he was an incomparably tall giant sitting cross-legged in the middle of the galaxy. He was now a god, so he could use the second move of a will that splits the heavens. Although he had used the second move against the evil spirit before, he had paid a huge price to forcefully use it. Not only was its power, but it was also its essence. He was still very far away from truly grasping the essence of the second move. As a result, he needed to carefully comprehend the second move of a will that splits the heavens now that his cultivation had reached God. This battle skill is of quite a high grade. It looks like Shen Jian has obtained the legacy of a great figure as well, or he would never be able to grasp such a high-grade battle skill. Moreover, even his sword is definitely not as simple as it seems. Fairy Haoyue stared at Shen Jian from afar as the light in her eyes flickered. Another half a year passed like this. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent radiated from the Sword Comprehension building. Sword Qi revolved around Jianchen as he stood in the Sword Comprehension building. Silver-white sword qi that was only the size of a finger seemed to have transformed into fish, swimming around Jianchen happily. Compared to the sword qi Jianchen used in the past, these sword qi were no longer as rigid as before. Instead, they seemed to possess intelligence, as if every single strand of sword qi possessed life. Jianchen's laws of the sword had finally broken through after this period of comprehension. He had officially reached sword spirit from the great perfection of sword origin. Over God-level comprehension of the laws of the world, the light in Fairy Haoyue's eyes flickered when she sensed the disturbance in the sword comprehension building. Surprise filled her face. At this moment, Jianchen's comprehension of the laws of the sword was equivalent to an over-god. Even I feel slightly envious of Jianchen's comprehension ability, Fairy Haoyue sighed emotionally. When she first met Jianchen on the Tianyuan continent, Jianchen was still a sainthood cultivator. He had not even comprehended the laws of the world, yet in just a few years, he had gone from a mortal to where he was today. He was already equivalent to an over-god. The only flaw was that Jianchen's personal cultivation was just too low. The 9th layer of the chaotic body was only equivalent to a deity. Jianchen was probably the only person in the entire saints' world who had comprehended the laws of the world as a deity and as an over-god. This was because it was just too difficult for him to break through to the next layer of the chaotic body. He required tremendous amounts of cultivation resources. The sword qi around Jianchen settled down very soon, but he did not leave the sword comprehension building. Instead, he directly made his way to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was extremely spacious as well. There was only a stone table in the center, and there was a scroll on the table. Jianchen arrived before the stone table and carefully checked it. Only after confirming that there was no danger did he pick up the scroll and slowly unfurl it. The moment the scroll was unfurled, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He felt like the scroll seemed to expand rapidly in his eyes, becoming boundless in the blink of an eye. In the end, it turned into a world of mountains and rivers, and he stood in that world of mountains and rivers. A middle-aged man in a green robe had silently appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man had a heroic appearance and a dignified appearance. He had sharp, sword-like eyebrows and eyes that were as bright as the stars. His body radiated with a surging sword intent. The sword intent was so powerful that even Jianchen, who had reached sword spirit, felt extremely pressured. The divine King Duanmu. Jianchen's heart shuddered. Even though he had never seen the man before him before, he was extremely certain that the man was the master of the dwelling, the divine King Duanmu. However, this was not the divine King Duanmu's true form. It was a projection he had left behind in the past. This scroll should have been used by the divine King Duanmu to teach his disciples, Jianchen thought. At this moment, the divine King Duanmu began to swing his sword in the air. His swordsmanship was brutal and sharp. Every single strike was filled with sharp sword qi. His attacks were extremely terrifying. Every single strike would touch the trajectories of the ways of the world, as if they had fused with the ways and possessed the power of the laws of the world. This was a scroll that the divine King Duanmu had left behind. He had imprinted all of his comprehensions of the laws of the sword into the scroll without holding back, passing it on selflessly. The person who passed it on was not Jianchen but his disciple. However, now that Jianchen had come into contact with the scroll and brought it into the illusionary world, he naturally treated Jianchen as the divine King Duanmu's disciple. After all, the scroll was an inanimate object. It did not possess any intelligence, so it was naturally unable to differentiate between the two. Jianchen remained in the illusionary world of the scroll. He stared at the divine King Duanmu as he swung his sword in the air, as if he was intoxicated. He carefully comprehended every single use of the laws of the sword that the divine King Duanmu used. Not only does the divine King Duanmu use the laws of the sword, but he also uses the laws of space as well. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with admiration. Not only did the divine King Duanmu possess great accomplishments in the laws of the sword, but his comprehension of the laws of space had also reached an extremely profound level. Chapter 1745. I originally comprehended the laws of space as well, but they were stripped away by the sword spirits so that I could focus on the way of the sword. If I were to comprehend other ways while studying the way of the sword, it would definitely be a waste of time and effort. It'll just prolong the time it takes for me to reach the peak of the way of the sword, Jianshan thought. He agreed with what the sword spirits had done very much. Focusing all of his attention on the way of the sword would indeed allow him to reach the peak of the way of the sword in the shortest amount of time. If he were to comprehend other ways while studying the way of the sword, it would indeed take quite a lot of time and effort. Although the peak experts of both the Immortals' world and the Saints' world grasped more than one way, many of them would first comprehend the first way to an extremely profound level, standing at the apex of their world. They would only begin to comprehend other ways after they possessed enough power to protect themselves. Even if something unexpected happened, they would still be able to protect themselves. If they comprehended several ways right from the start, it would take quite a lot of time and effort. No matter how great their talent was, it would take them a long time to reach the apex. It was extremely likely that they would die during that time due to various reasons. Whether it was the Immortals' world or the Saints' world, there were many supreme prodigies who died. I don't know the laws of space anymore, so I'll ignore the Divine King's laws of space. I'll just comprehend his way of the sword. Jianshan calmed himself down and comprehended carefully. Jianshan could not sense the flow of time at all. After who knew how much time had passed, the Divine King finally stopped brandishing his sword. His figure gradually faded into outer space, vanishing in a few seconds. Jianshan's consciousness retreated from the scroll as well. The scroll in his hand had closed by itself. At the same time, he discovered that Shun Jian had appeared beside him at some point in time. This scroll will be of great help to us. Take a look. I need to enter secluded cultivation immediately. Jianshan passed the scroll to Shun Jian before leaving the building and entering secluded cultivation. As for Shun Jian, he opened the scroll just like Jianshan, and his consciousness was also sucked into the scroll world, experiencing the same thing as Jianshan. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. After a month of seclusion, Jianshan finally emerged. During this period of seclusion, he had completely digested the insights he had gained from watching the divine King Duanmu perform his sword dance. This had deepened his comprehension of the way of the sword. Even though he was still stuck at the minor achievement of sword spirit, he had undoubtedly taken a huge step towards the intermediate achievement of sword spirit. He was much closer to the intermediate achievement of sword spirit. Shun Jian had benefited greatly from the scroll as well. Although he was still at the great perfection of sword origin, he was much closer to sword spirit now. Of course, being able to comprehend so much from the divine King Duanmu's scroll all depended on their talent and comprehension ability. The greater their comprehension ability, the more they would benefit. If someone with ordinary comprehension were to obtain the divine King Duanmu's scroll, they would not be able to benefit from it even if they read it 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. If one did not have enough aptitude, even if the simplest Tao imparting scroll was placed in front of them, they would not be able to enter the door and would not gain anything. Jianshan frowned as soon as he emerged from the cultivation room. He looked in the direction of the exit of the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. That was where they had entered from. There were actually rumbles from there. You've sensed it too. The people outside are attacking the entrance. They'll be here before long. Fairy Haoyu arrived before Jianshan and said sternly. Jianshan became stern as well. Although his strength had skyrocketed and his comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached sword spirit, he knew that there would definitely be a large group of overgods gathered outside right now. He was invincible below overgod with his current strength, but he still did not stand a chance against an overgod. This was because those who could become overgods would not be any weaker than him in terms of comprehension of the laws of the world. Some overgods might even be more powerful than him. Before overgods, his comprehension of the laws of the world would not hold an advantage. Moreover, there was a huge flaw in his personal cultivation. Once a battle broke out, he would definitely lose. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, and with a flip of his hand, he took out 2 white jade bottles from his space ring. To no surprise, there was the symbol of 10,000-year god origin pills on the outside of the bottles. I can only consume the 10,000-year god origin pills now. It's a pity that I only have 20 of them. I wonder if I can reach the 10th layer of the chaotic body with these 20 pills, Jianshan said in a deep voice. Faced with the threat of so many overgods, he could only consume the 10,000-year god origin pills beforehand. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to protect himself against the overgods. Jianshan turned around and entered the cultivation room. He continued his cultivation, but this time, he did not cultivate to comprehend the laws of the sword. Instead, he consumed the 10,000-year god origin pills to increase his strength. Jianshan sat in the gloomy room. He opened a jade bottle and took out a 10,000-year god origin pill. He ingested it without any hesitation at all. As soon as the 10,000-year god origin pill reached his stomach, it immediately erupted as an extremely violent energy within Jianshan's body. Jianshan felt like he had not ingested a pill at all, but a bomb. If someone with a weaker body had ingested such a violent energy, they probably would have exploded instantly. However, Jianshan cultivated the chaotic body. Even if the effects of the pills were several times more potent, Jianshan could still endure them because the toughness of his body was one of the greatest advantages of the chaotic body. Jianshan directly ignored the aftereffects of the pills. He ingested all 20 of them, turning them into violent energy that wreaked havoc in his body before gradually being refined into chaotic force. The chaotic Niden in his dantian expanded bit by bit as well. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and over a dozen godhood elders had gathered outside the cultivation room. All of them were worried. The disturbance from the Divine King's entrance was becoming greater and greater. Even with their strength, they could sense it clearly, which filled all of them with unease. After all, they were the first people to enter the dwelling. Once the overgods outside barged in, they would definitely suspect that they had profited greatly. They would never let them go. A month later, Jianshan had consumed all 20 10,000-year god origin pills. However, to Jianshan's disappointment, they did not allow him to break through to the 10th layer of the chaotic body. Chapter 1746. Jianshan emerged from the cultivation room with a heavy heart. The amount of energy he needed to raise his chaotic body from the 9th layer to the 10th layer was just far too tremendous. 20 10,000-year god origin pills were not enough. According to his estimations, he would need at least 80 10,000-year god origin pills to reach the 10th layer. Although he still possessed some heavenly resources from the Xianwang microcosm, he was just too far away from the 10th layer. Even if he consumed the heavenly resources, he would not be able to reach the 10th layer. This was because he could not consume too many heavenly resources, or his body would develop a resistance to the heavenly resources, which would drastically reduce their effects. If he was close to the 10th layer, when Jianshan emerged from the cultivation room, Shun Jian, Ando Fu, Mo Ling, and the other deities had all gathered there. They had all been alarmed by the growing disturbance at the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling, so they were all extremely stern. The people outside will come in very soon. We need to venture deeper into the dwelling, Shen Jian said with a deep voice. The Divine King's dwelling was indeed very large, but there was nowhere for people to hide. Once the people outside surged in, they would definitely search the entire dwelling. It would be impossible to hide before overgods. Brother Jianshan, we've collected everything in the storage room. Whether it's useful or not, we've stored it all in this space ring. Moreover, there are some divine crystals in the storage room. They're all high-grade divine crystals. Mo Ling passed a space ring to Jianchen. Jianchen accepted the space ring and checked it. He discovered that it was filled with various miscellaneous items. Many of them had no practical use and were only for decoration. There were even some coins that only appeared in the world of mortals. Jianchen was naturally not interested in these items, so he glanced through them hurriedly. In the end, he discovered the divine crystals that Mo Ling had mentioned. There were not many divine crystals. There were only 3 pieces, but every single one of them was frighteningly large. Even Jianchen became stunned when he saw them. A divine crystal was the size of a pinky finger. It was around a centimeter in length, width, and height. However, the 3 divine crystals were so large that they were actually cubes that were a meter long. Jianchen took out the divine crystal from his space ring. He could not help but sigh in amazement when he saw the large piece of high-grade divine crystal. The largest high-grade divine crystal he had ever seen was only the size of a person's head, yet the divine crystal before him was several dozen times the size of the largest divine crystal he had ever seen. This is a block of divine crystal. A block of divine crystal is a meter in length, width, and height, so a block of divine crystal is equivalent to 1,000,000 standard divine crystals. Divine crystals like this are often used in large transactions. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out. Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and the other deities all looked at the block of divine crystal enviously. To them, just high-grade divine crystals were rare, let alone such a large piece of high-grade divine crystal. However, they also understood that even though they wanted the divine crystal very much, they could only look and touch it. They would never be able to get a share of it in the end. With our current level of cultivation, using high-grade divine crystals to cultivate is truly too wasteful. I feel that we should exchange all of these high-grade divine crystals for mid-grade divine crystals after we get out of here. That way we can increase our cultivation even more. High-grade divine crystals were usually used by overgods, but with his cultivation as a god, mid-grade divine crystals were more than enough for him. As for low-grade divine crystals, they were basically used by people below the sky god realm. The help they provided to the sky god realm was almost negligible. Shen Jian had already wasted quite a lot of high-grade divine crystals to break through to God. Now, even if all 3 blocks of high-grade divine crystals were given to him, it would not be enough for him to reach mid-god. If that was the case, he would be better off exchanging them for mid-grade divine crystals. A block of high-grade divine crystals was equivalent to 1,000,000 standard high-grade divine crystals. If they were converted to mid-grade divine crystals, a block of high-grade divine crystals would be worth 100 million mid-grade divine crystals. 100 million mid-grade divine crystals was enough for Shen Jian to break through from early god to mid-god. Since using these 3 blocks of divine crystals won't increase our strength, why don't we just leave them for now? We'll exchange them all once we get out. Jianchen nodded and stowed the block of divine crystals away in his space ring. Bang! At this moment, a heavy sound rang out from the entrance. It was even louder than before, and the space there distorted violently. It looks like the people outside have destroyed another formation. We can't waste any more time. We need to leave immediately and go deeper, Fairy Haoyue said sternly. The situation was becoming more and more urgent. Without any hesitation, they immediately set off. They directly made their way to the depths of the dwelling. That was where the divine King Duanmu cultivated. The formations on the way to where the divine King Duanmu cultivated became more and more powerful. They had even gradually surpassed the level of overgods and reached the level of the divine king. Even though the formations they came across along the way had been destroyed by the 3 overgods, the remnant formations still radiated with terrifying power, causing the hearts of Jianchen's group to thump. They were filled with fear as they became extremely cautious. Very soon, Jianchen discovered 3 skeletons up ahead. They were covered in a thin layer of dust, clearly having died many years ago. Ancestor! Mo Ling and Ando Fu could not help but tremble violently when they saw the 3 skeletons. The 2 of them knelt on the ground as sorrow filled their faces. After so many years, this was the first time they had seen the remains of their ancestor. Although they had entered the dwelling in the past, they did not dare to venture any further due to their weak strength. Jianchen also looked at the 3 skeletons, and his expression became mixed. After all, these were 3 overgods. They had only managed to obtain Duanmu's Divine King's jade after so much effort, obtaining the key to the Divine King's dwelling. However, not only had they failed to obtain any benefits from the dwelling, but they had even died. This is a hidden killing formation. The 3 of them accidentally fell into it, which is why they were slain. Let's avoid this place, said Fairy Haoyue. She led the way for Jianchen and the others. Mo Ling and Ando Fu suppressed their sorrow and bowed towards the skeletons from afar. Afterwards, they followed behind Jianchen and made their way around the place. The 3 of them also understood that the ancestors' remains were trapped in the killing formation. They were unable to take them away at all. As a matter of fact, they did not even dare to approach the place. After advancing for several hundred meters, they stopped once again. A formation had blocked their path. This formation is extremely powerful. I don't know if you can get through it. I'll find the weakness of the formation, so all of you can try attacking it as hard as you can, said Fairy Haoyue. She stared at the formation for a while before suddenly pointing at a spot, 3 inches to the southeast. Attack!